Alright, so everything should be coming back on, so welcome in YouTube and TikTok. Welcome back. For all of you here on Twitch, we have switched categories. I think that updated. I'm going to hit the button again just in case. But we're going to be getting back into more Farm Simulator. We're going to be continuing our Survivor Man Challenge. For those who have been missing what the Survivor Man Challenge is, it is basically that we start with $0, a chainsaw, and a dream, and we build an entire farm from that. And the way that ends up working out is at the very beginning, you cut down a bunch. You just cut down a bunch of trees, get your first thing set up, you work with that and go from there. We've been making some incredible progress in there. We've got ourselves 2 greenhouses. It's something like 4 pretty decent size. Like we got 2 big fields and 2 kind of smaller fields. We've got a bakery, we've got a granary, we've got a whole bunch of equipment. Some of it's getting a bit up there, in its use. But, oh, we have sheep, and the sheep population, as you can see, is starting to properly get going. So we're good there. We've been getting more sheep regularly. We got our greenhouses. Those are going fine from the looks of it. Yeah, those actually need to be emptied pretty soon. Where we left off? Right. Where we left off is we were harvesting our wheat for the granary. And making that a whole thing. I'm just gonna move. All right, you're over there. And doing all that, we got a windrower. So I had the AI running with one of these, and I was curious if it's gonna keep running when I save next. It looks like the answer was no, I think. But we are harvesting our wheat that we spent all this time growing. We've got a ton of straw down on the ground for us to collect. And make all that happen. Come on, you can move. There you go. Actually, was I still doing it? Oh yeah, that's right. I had the little tractor running the windrower, which, for those who don't know what a windrower is, all it does is it takes where I have all these individual lines of straw, and it pushes them into, where I have 3 lines of straw, it makes it into 1 line of straw or whatever. And what that means I have to do a lot less work with the slower foraging wagon to get all that handled. We have not been preserving our straw in any way. We've been just running it over and selling it as quick as we can. It is unfortunate that I can't remember. Can I tell you to deliver this for me? I can't remember if that's an option. Can I take you, create job, deliver, oh, and you could loop it. Interesting. Huh. I want you to go there. Have a good time. But yeah, so as you can see, you're doing a great job there. The swerving really adds to it. I do actually like that it is driving along the road. I was not anticipating the AI doing that. I was figuring this was going to cut right on through, but they are going to drive right up to the edge of the road on there. Now, one of the things I wanted to see is if I take this, could I run across this middle lane here? Yeah, so it's not wide enough. That's what I want to know. The math didn't work out last time, but it looked like it's right on the fence. I'm like, okay, but hear me out. Maybe the math in the game is wrong, because that happens. I'm doing terribly. Don't mind me. But yeah, so what this is doing is it's combining these rows. I just want to see what it does. So it's definitely struggling on its pathing, but it is doing okay. It is getting there. It's real jittery, but it is getting there. Now, if I could get them to use the foraging wagon to actually pick up the straw and do that, that would be the kind of job I'd like to have them do, is just be like, yo, your job, get this straw and sell it. Which you can check, because I haven't messed with that UI enough. Because I know there's some jobs that I tend not to worry about. But yeah, so I am using the AI more than I have been. Partly because our margins are so good. And partly because I'm really struggling to finish these tasks during the day right now. Alright, just leave you there for a second, because we need to empty out the harvester here in a second. Yeah, so when the AI takes over the windrower, it's not the smartest. It does waste a bit of time. You know what? I might give up that windrower. I'm thinking about it, so it's doing 2 passes to get 1 pass. Or 2 passes to get it all piled up so I can do 1 pass. But in the results there, I still have to do the 1 slow pass versus the 2 slow passes. But it's costing me an extra, like, 1 fast pass. I don't think I'm actually saving that much time. And I could get most of that 33,000 back because this is the first time we've used it. And if I can get the AI to... Oh, I could just get out. Yeah, I'm gonna sell it back. We're not gonna use the windrower. Do it. Yeah, it would need to be a 3-to-1 for me to be worthwhile. And I'm paying the AI to do more work. So let's go ahead and let's sell that back. That is wasting a little bit of money. But I don't think that windrower was worth it for us. The other thing, there you are. Yeah, so we only lost, we lost about not quite 5,000, yeah, around $5,000, I think. $5,000-$6,000. Which is not great. But then the added bonus of this is I can have you sit here in position. Because also, the bigger value is going to be getting the extra tile. But as those things I'm looking at, I'm saying, I'm just assigning another AI to do this job. This doesn't feel like... Like, it doesn't feel like I'm getting my money's worth by having the AI do this. So let's see if I have the foraging wagon, if I can actually get it to do the field. Because I tried to do that last time, and it was just like, nah. Because if I can get the foraging wagon to do the field and drop off in any capacity... That'd work out really well for us. Because I've debated... So if it wasn't for the fact that I need the foraging wagon to get the grass to feed the sheep, I would potentially return the foraging wagon for like 30,000 and push to get the extra tile. But because I have the sheep, I need it. Because then the straw is financially beneficial, but for the labor involved, I've been like pretty mixed feelings about it. So I've got you, create job. Yeah, so it for whatever reason, I can't tell it to forage. Like, it was interesting. The windrower, I could tell the windrower to do the job, but the foraging wagon, it wouldn't. I wonder if it is if I had the baler instead, if it would. But if I go the route of using a baler, I want to get like the big wheel, like the big baler. I know I have to stop to use it, but that it's less of those. Hey, Longclaw, how's it going? And I'm trying to remember. It would be one of the big trailers. It's like one of the really big trailers. It might be under the There's a really big trailer that'll automatically pick up the big bales. And I don't mean the thing where, like, it's the mod that you use a thing that, you know, they just teleport on it. Or you pull up and you hit a button and it does that. It's got, like, an arm that lowers and, you know, when the bale goes into the hook, it lifts it on. But for those who don't know Longclaw, fantastic content creator, both here on Twitch and on YouTube. Plays a variety of games, including Bannerlord and all that good stuff, so you should definitely check them out, and it's a good time there. Let's see, how's the farm literature? Are you working towards something specific? Yeah, so the thing we're working for is I'm trying to get $85,000 so I could buy another plot of land, or whatever you want to say, expand my farm. I was trying to remember, though, so it's not under that, not under foraging wagons, it's not cotton technology, it's not under any of those. Bale loaders. Yeah, so you can get these bale loaders. And that's the square ones. But there are bale loaders, I believe, that, oh, don't fill up before... Actually, get in position. Well, either fill up before you hit the end of the row, which is probably what's going to happen. Or stop when I get into position with this. I mean, actually, it's going to be fine because it turns around. It's already in a spot where that'll work. Because I can go ahead and go the whole way around you. Get yourself sorted. But, there's one for the round balers. It might be a mod or it might be a DLC I don't have. Is that silo yours? So it's actually a granary. That silo. AI with professional 3-point turn. The AI does commit to approaching stuff in that manner. All right. Just waiting for you to finish, where you slow down how much you're loading this. Or reach the end of the road. Yeah, so it's finished, so we just let it roll on by. We can drop this off, and I'll have the AI take over on the next field. Yeah, so it's the picking up the straw has been a real time sink right now. Yep. The idea is I would like to expand, but gotta make the money. All right. So I can go ahead and get you positioned in the next field. Turn your engine off. Get back to doing this. I know it was your way to attempt to joke at 6 a.m. It happens. Yeah, so it was one of these. Was it you? Yeah, so this one. So you see how there's these two hooks here? Those go way on the back. And so what ends up happening is it's got a ridiculous capacity, but you make like the giant ball bales, like the ones that just look like a big puck or whatever. And you can just dump them all out in the field wherever they're at. And you just drive around that thing almost at speed and just slam those hooks into it. And all the hook does is just, you know, bops it right over onto the trailer, and it has a little thing that pushes them back. And so it's a really slick way, and I remember they have a pretty good capacity. Yeah, no, that's the producing the bales, is that you don't have to stop. But then on the counter side, when it comes to picking up the bales after you produce them, it's way more laborious. Because the tiny little square bales, you just get way more of those in total quantity. for the same volume as a large bale. It's kind of, there's a pro and a con. But also, hear me out, really giant round bales are so much cooler. Yeah, because that's the square one. I believe it's that path there. And like, don't get me wrong, if I'm not mistaken, the square bales are like the more modern approach, whereas the big giant wheels are the older school approach. There should be one roughly just as big as the round ones. Of the square bales? Are you sure we're not talking modding territory? I wish it would... I mean, they don't give me information. Why was I expecting information? Are you thinking the con square? Maybe the third one? I mean, it also still boils down to money again. Like, that's the thing. Part of me, what, like, wishes I could go back to, get rid of the foraging wagon. Like, if I sold the foraging wagon... Well, actually, let's see what's on discount. None of this matters. I remember looking at that longingly for a second, going, nah. If we were to get rid of the foraging wagon, we'd only get 21,000. I think it was a $40,000 one that we got used or something like... No, or maybe it was more than that. Where is the fort? There you are. Yeah, so it's that one. Is the one we got. So that's a $40,000 foraging wagon. So we recover a bit over half of the price. Maybe the 3 stream streak? I don't know. I don't recall you missing any. The stream streak thing has been a little unreliable, unfortunately. So sometimes it is not that you actually missed any streams. It's just... it doesn't work the way you want it to. But I almost wanted to go from this route to getting the baler. The problem is, as you can see, the balers are pricey and whatnot. And honestly, for the baler to make it worth my while, I need a the auto pickup. Yeah, no, it's just Twitch doing Twitch things, unfortunately. Are you turning around? Yes, you are. Okay. But, just because that would require less trips, like, I'm losing time on this part of the equation. Yep, then you can store them without rotting easier. I mean, my bigger thing about it would be, for the bales, I can do one thing where I just drive around, I spit out all the bales. And then you get, like, the giant, like, I just want the giant truck that can carry a whole bunch of bales, just for the purposes of being able to sit there and, you know, do all my fields, and only have to do 1 or 2 laps to sell. Because that's convenient. But that's a later date issue. Right now, it's money time. That's what we're doing. We're moneying. So Alan says there may be vanilla auto-loading unloading warehouse, but it sounds mod. No, it's unfortunately we got confirmation that's a mod. I thought it was something that you could do. That you could have like a warehouse where you say, hey, deliver the goods from the from this business to the warehouse. It does look like I might be able to get jobs that I can assign. Maybe we could check. Like, I did notice with the jobs I could actually choose this tractor, create a job, and choose like load and deliver goods from the farm shop and all that. But I didn't see a whole lot of options for it. So like we could change load and deliver. So I can get supplies to bring to my place, and then deliver. I can unload, and I assume I'd sell. Let's see, so I'm saying, not like that. More like you drop the bales and it self-stacks. Then you can pull them out as you want. Oh, that might be a thing. Alright, so you're full. Yeah, so I think the order of operations of what we're dealing with right now is, I think, first move, buy more land. I mean, and at, like, so far as investments, like, after that, you know, I'm obviously setting up a whole bunch of extra fields and yada, yada, yada. Like, that'll be a straightforward thing. But after that, here, let's get you out of the way so I don't actually start filling that up. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But after we buy more land, like, we'll be setting up a bunch of fields and other nonsense on there. It'll be expanding our equipment. Now, part of that might be expanding so I can have additional markets. Part of that might be just being able to do the work faster. I know the harvester is on the to-do list for things that need to be upgraded. This $100,000 harvester is struggling a little bit and is one of our big pain points so far as time consumption. It's just taking us a long time to get through all these fields. Which is why when I get to the new tile, I'm probably going to be growing... I'm either going to be growing soybean just so I could sell it as soybean and make money. Or I'm going to be growing sorghum, because the sorghum can go into the granary as well and has a different harvest and plant time than the wheat does. And I've been really mixed on which of the two I'm doing. How expensive is the potato washer? I have no idea off the top of my head. We could check here in a minute. Let's clean up where the AI decided dumping the straw on the road was the place the straw needed to be. That was the other reason I got rid of the windrower, was it was nice that I could hand it off to the AI, but it really kind of did a messy job about it. Where it consolidated. Oh, and I need to clean that up as well. That's fine. I can clean up the end of that field when it's done with the large work. I'll clean up whatever messes it misses. You thought it was a bigger windrower than it was? No, I realized it was 2 rows. But it did, like, at first, like, okay, this is fine. But then, you know, you sat there to look at it, it's like, is this really saving me time? And even if it is, it saved me enough to justify it. So you were asking about the potato washer. Potato tech. 1 second. Here, let's actually go and we'll start dropping this and we'll look at the potato tech. That's why the better worker mod is nice. Yeah. Alright, so we've got... These machines are used to plant potatoes. Cut the topper. Harvest potatoes from the ground. No, it's required... The home... Yes, you'd have the home topper, then this thing. It's a lot. Like, handling the potatoes is a lot, is the answer. Oh, I hadn't even gotten to the other thing. Just harvesting the potatoes, you're already talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like, it doesn't even matter what the production building is if getting the potato out of the dirt is already going to cost us too much. Because that's plant. You have to haul them, then you harvest. So harvesting them is effectively $21,000 or $210,000, and that's not counting any procedures you do after that. That's just potato, not in ground. Hey, Steak, how's it going? To be clear, that's... You remember correctly, the premium potatoes are $1 per liter. Yeah, I mean, that's not bad. That's just the issue, is a lot of those really, really, really good cash crops, the setup to be able to grow any of them is usually a couple $100,000 by the time you get all the equipment, which granted you'll already have the tractor and everything, but like the harvester will cost you, you know, a couple $100,000. You know, you might have an extra procedure you need because it's a special crop, so you have, you know, another 50, 60, 80,000 there. To do it meaningfully, like right now, like the parsnip, for example, you could get a harvester that's microscopic to do it, but to be able to handle it by yourself without being a colossal headache, for like the parsnip and the carrots and all that, it does end up costing you, you know, a decent amount. Let's clean up the end of this area. You're still trucking away over there. So it is a whole thing trying to get all that set up and working well. Like, even for that matter, like, doing stuff like canola still ends up being a huge expense. Oh, that's gonna actually work out, so I'll go ahead and pull up this. Like, even, like, switching from what we've got... Sorry, not canola. Even, like, doing what we've got and saying... Sorry, let me rephrase that. Even getting started with a crop like wheat or canola or something like that, that harvester, that's $100,000. None of the other equipment involved. Just that harvester is $100,000. And it's, like, the budget discount cheapy one. So, like, branching onto any of our crops does have a pretty considerable starting expense. And they're only up from there. There are a bunch of crops that, just to start, you're in it for $300,000, $400,000, $500,000. Okay. Sure, your brain still isn't sleeping. You should easily get a couple thousand liters of potato. You know, is it taking that much away? Well, right, but the bigger problem is the potato harvester is hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like, all the rest doesn't matter. Step 1 is hundreds of thousands of dollars. So if I don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars, steps 2, 3, and 4, it doesn't matter. I got stopped at the starting line. We went to go to the race, and they said there's a $100,000 buy-in, and we looked at our money and said, I don't have that. And they said, okay, well, you can't finish. Go home. It'd be like going to the high-stakes blackjack table, knowing for a fact you're going to win, but then the buy-in is more than you got. That's like getting into industry in real life is so hard. Oh yeah, I mean, that's the reality with all, like, most manufacturing and farming and all those kind of things. It's, people go, oh yeah, I could totally do that. It's like, all right, you got the $2-3 million of seed money to start this? No? Well, then you didn't get started. Like, you're not in the industry then. Sorry. That's to get off the ground. You're gonna need, you know, to buy the land. That's gonna set you back a huge amount of money to buy enough hectares to do anything. You know, anything that's worth even mentioning. Then you go and buy a tractor. You're hundreds of thousands of dollars in the hole buying a used one. You know, and then like the various equipment you're going to get are going to cost you starting in the tens of thousands of dollars for just very simple stuff, and then the more involved is just going to go up from there. And then by the time you turn around, it's like, where did almost $1 million go? Yeah. But I'm saying, sure, you can buy the land for $30,000 US dollars, but we're talking like good usable land that is going to require you to spend your first 3-4 years just working the soil to get it even viable. But yeah, let's say it's 30,000. That might actually be fair. I would assume more. But yeah, then you need $500,000 to build the factory, another $3 million to buy the machinery, and $200,000 to feed the stock. Yep. And that got grabbed by Automod. Just go Stardew Valley and do everything. Oh, I'm sure I'm fine. That was, I kind of want there to be... Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I kind of want there to be... Yeah, good farmland is 10 to 15,000 an acre, you'd imagine. That's what I was thinking. I was like, we're not talking how cheap could you get the acreage. I'm thinking it's like, all right, if you're looking for like actually ready to rock and roll the acreage. Otherwise, then you got to pile in a whole bunch of money of going, okay, what do I need to prep this field? Like fertilizers and all that kind of stuff. I'm not an expert in any of these things. Like I'm barely a hobbyist in every one of these things, but I imagine there's a lot that goes in just the setup of taking, I have dirt, I want to make this dirt not crap. You know, getting whatever you're missing in there. You'd be like, nice farm we got there, I reckon. Mm-hmm. The average farm is around 400 acres. Yep. You're not concerned the word having double meaning? Yeah, it happens. That is one of those words I've debated adding to the, just adding to, like, the exception for Automod, being like, I know you're jumping on this word, it's fair, but, like, I'm gonna go out of my way and say, that one slides. Because I've not had anyone use it in the negative connotation, and if I did, you know, that would be dealt with. But we play enough games with farming, it actually does become a problem that it gets auto-modded like every time. Nah, but what I'm saying is I kind of want there to be a game that don't make it a settlement survival game. Like, forget that. I want it to be a farming game. A farming simulation style game. But I want to talk like colonial time type era. Like somewhere like colonial time to like Western. So pre-gas engines and all that kind of stuff. And I want you to be able to like go out there and you'd have, you know, your horse-drawn plow, where it's just, you know, it's a glorified wedge with handlebars, or like handles, you just try to finagle it one way or the other, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, an ox, a plow, and a dream. Exactly. Yeah, farming simulator, like 1800, 1700, somewhere in that era. And I want it to be like, so we don't have like the giant macro scale you could do with this, but instead what you're setting up is, you know, you get out there, and I don't remember what the tools are called. Like you've got your hoe and your plow and all that, but they'll literally go to an area that the soil is all sandy and rocky, and they will just go out there and they will just work that field, pulling out all that rock and crap, bringing in clay and all that, and right, so I'm saying the handles are for you to put weight on it, not for you to dig in. Right. But like, you know, go back to the old school days, that kind of thing, and turn around and like where you'd go in there and you'd have what is, you know, fairly rocky, craggy soil, but like the dirt itself is good. It's just got all this other junk in it you gotta get out. And instead of just having like a stone picker or whatever, as you're sitting there, you're just basically glorified tilling the field again and again, and just taking all that rock, and you get it's effectively a glorified garden rake with a basket, and just getting that rock, setting it aside, taking it to the side of the field, you know, chucking it off to the side, getting, you know, some wagon or wheelbarrow to take that rock someplace else and just dump it on the ground off to, like, you have your pile in the corner of your property that you're just dumping all the rock on the ground. and just, you don't even plant anything at that phase. You're just doing, all right, we turned it all, we got all the rock out. Oh, well, there's still a lot of rock. Go back over there, you gotta turn it around, do all the rock. You might have a game idea, try selling it to a studio. I mean, look, we need to talk. Farm Sim already has the market locked on this genre. They just need, where they keep moving forward in the dates, they just need to move the other direction as well. Because there's also, like, what are the most common mods for Farm Sim a lot of times? It's a whole bunch of, like, the vintage, antique-style, tractors and all that. So they just need to capitalize on that and go the other direction. Or even just, like, their big, masterpiece of a Farm Sim game is you would start the game in, like, the late 1700s, early 1800s, doing that work, and the game would actually have a time progression built into it. That, instead of just you have the whole market available as you get the money, tech would advance and be like, ah, you've got the new one. Like, do a game dev tycoon style thing where it's like, oh, it's 1780. They've perfected putting steam into the farming equipment. Now, you too can have a coal burner tractor. That's not a thing in that era. That's, like, the timing is entirely wrong for that. But now you too can use the power of coal to transport all of your product from this side of your field to the other, so long as you have a pre-existing rail. So says, if ever make a game, you'd make it easily moddable. Every 6 or 12 months, buy the rights to the most used mod and integrate it into the vanilla. I mean, that would honestly be just work. Like, you don't, like, it's not technically rights buying when it's a mod, but yeah, no, it's the whole thing. You can do that. The big thing about making games moddable is that's actually a very difficult thing. There's a reason why a lot of studios don't go that route. Is it's one thing where you're allowed to mod a game, like, here's the game, go for it. But it's not really designed with that intention. There's a lot of pain points in there. And then there's the games that say, we have deliberately designed this to be moddable. Like, we've got our touch points for you to grab at. Like, for example, Project Zomboid was designed with you modding it as, like, a first-class intention. That is, like, by design. They're like, we have exposed a whole bunch of stuff that you can mess with. Whereas a lot of other games, like, for example, Stardew Valley, have a strong modding scene, but it was never really designed with modding intention. Like, they didn't have anything against it. It was just, you could do it. But that's the reason why, like, you play Project Zomboid, it works with the workshop, it's all set up well, it's, really well suited for it. Versus, Stardew Valley, you gotta go, like, Nexus, download, like, random files that you just have to trust and just huck them on your hard drive and go, I really hope this doesn't screw me. I mean, to be fair, any mod can do that. But, like, a mod that is just Lua files, so it's effectively text files, so it's a lot harder for them to be malicious outside of the game than it is for, I'm gonna open this random DLL and dump it into my drive and then take a separate copy of what's supposed to be the executable for my game, so it knows to look for that DLL, and then just go for it. Which that is literally taking someone else's code and being like, yep, run it, I trust you. You know how vanilla is called in Factorio? Oh, you mean the Cracktorio thing? But yeah, no, it's But yeah, it's just one of those things that, like, it's my point is, games that actually make it so they make themselves moddable, it's what they're deliberately doing is they're designing their games. So it's like, here's this chunk of the engine, like, that's the core bits. I'm not going to give you direct access to, like, the thing that is the piece that tells it where to find all the bits. But then when it goes, okay, how do you calculate physics? All right, maybe I want to make it so you can mod that. So what I end up doing is I make an entirely separate part, which they should make an entirely separate part for handling their physics. And then I go, here's all the places where you could poke holes in where I'm doing this to, write your own thing. Like, if you want, like, maybe I have it so acceleration, gravity, and all are handled. But maybe you're like, you know what? If you want to change our calculations for acceleration, here's a place where I've made it so you can poke a hole and override that functionality. No, the IG name for vanilla is base mod. Yeah. Oh, well, that's the thing. When you set up your game in that manner, and a lot of games do that, and it makes it moddable by default, like whether or not they were intending, they take it where they have like their core bits, and then they make it so you can kind of either override, replace, or expand on the existing code. That's usually good game development or good software development, is that your base program is easily adapted, augmented, whatever you want to say for your words. You've given everything good division of concerns, which basically means when I go into this class, this object in my game, it has one responsibility. Like that, it handles one thing. I shouldn't say responsibility, that's more methods. But like the player class deals with player things. You don't use it for anything else. And you don't work on stuff for the player anywhere but in the player class. Now you can call stuff in the player class and say, hey, it's time to make your player model bigger. That's fine. But when it comes to things like, how do I make the player model bigger, that happens in the player class. Ooh, the Factorio studio even hired Space Expansion Modder to work on the space. Yeah, no, I'm aware. We actually had that discussion, I think, literally yesterday. But yeah, so it is a thing that, like, well-designed games are very well-designed software, not even just games. Well-designed software is very flexible, expandable, and all that. That everything has its division of concerns. Everything is following a structure that, if the structure needs to change, like you have functionality that's working one way, it needs to work another way, that it is its piece, so you can take that one piece, pull it aside, and go, you need to be something else now, and it doesn't cascade break everything else around it. You know, unless you're like completely repurposing large areas of your application to work fundamentally different across the board, which is a bigger conversation. But like if you have to change the way you calculate taxes in a retail application because you're broadening your market to more places that have different rules, it shouldn't be one of these things that now suddenly you have to change the way your inventory is calculated because it's all muddled together in one big cluster thing. We refer to that as spaghetti code when that happens. When, you know, everything is touching in everything, so it's all kind of just woven together in this big disaster that is impossible to navigate. Because you go, I want to make a change. Man, what was it? So normally when you go into an application and you're like, okay, I want a button that does this on that screen, as long as whatever the this isn't that complicated. Like, I want a button that when you push it, it gives you a calculation for what this is. And all the calculation is that number minus this number, and then you spit out the result. So it's super simple calculation. And in most applications, that should take you all of 5-10 minutes to actually do the work, and then, you know, testing and whatever else. So it'd be like really quick and easy. And there was one application I worked on that what should be a very simple job would take you the better part of an afternoon, if not like the full day. And it shouldn't, because it was one of those things that they were using what's known as MVC, Model View Controller, which is a perfectly good model to work with. No negative about that. And they're using that. Cool. You've got your design pattern. A+. And they're adhering to it. But then they also had a JavaScript framework that also had separately its own MVC on top of it. So they basically had all the benefits of one thing, and then they put it in front of itself, making a very organized system entirely duplicated, which is a huge waste. And then on top of that, they had other stuff interacting with it as well. It was definitely, someone heard a buzzword and then stapled it on to the top of the next one. They heard the next buzzword and they stapled that on top of the next one, not bothering to go, wait, does this make sense? And it was one of those things that I was like, all right, boss, here's the deal. this thing should take me 15-20 minutes. It's going to take me the better part of a day. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go here and I'm going to spend the next week ripping this entire other piece out. Like, we have these 2 layers doing the exact same thing, that anytime I want to add a button, I got to do it in multiple places. Like, I have like 6 places I got to touch just to add a button. There's no point. So I'm going to spend a bunch of time, and I'm just going to tear this whole thing out of this whole, and as the JavaScript framework is what it's tearing out. I was like, this whole JavaScript framework, I'm going to tear the whole thing out, I'm going to throw it away. Like, you've got one JavaScript framework, you got another one, and then you got our actual thing in the back end. The back end has to stay. That's where all our business code is. We're not rewriting the whole application here. You got that middle layer, it goes in the bin, and then the top layer is more like UI stuff, like making sure that when you resized it, everything would like shuffle into the right places and whatnot. And like the first one stays, the last one stays, the middle one, dumpster. And it actually, like, and all it was is just mostly taking the stuff from that first one and saying, go over there instead. And then just otherwise taking all the rest of that and hucking it into the bin. So it wasn't actually that hard to do, it was just, I had to touch every single piece of the application and rip it out. But it made it so instead of having to touch 6 places for like any change, it was down to like 2-3 places depending on the nature of the change. The incident simplex factor thing, the Factorio devs wrote a FFF about how they followed and implemented the methods of Mr. Clean and consider it the fastest way to software dev. Oh yeah, so you'll have different ways of like kind of going the thing. Yeah, there's a methodology called clean code, which just has a bunch of rules. Like every function has one purpose. Like it does one thing, you know, and you have to have, you're not supposed to like cross certain things, and it ends up with a lot of what can feel like fluff, because there's a lot of times you'll have like a controller or whatever that you'll have say like, okay, go do this in the controller, and all the controller immediately does is then calls the next thing. So it's just this middle step that you're like, why is this here? But it is because you are following this, you know, a design pattern like this as the controller. This is what its job is. Is that the controller's job? No, then you don't do it there. And I know there's a lot of people that upsets them. I personally am a fan of clean code. I'm also a fan of, for a lot of instances, using test-driven development, TDD, which is you write the test first so that it fails, and then you turn around and you write the code until it passes. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That said, I will 100% say there are some places that is just not the right approach. But I was very much a fan of, we need a button that does this. Okay, well I have the first test that checks when you hit the button, does it take you to the right place? Second test, when you get to that place, like in that place, does it do the right calculations? You have your 4 or 5 test cases of like positive number, negative number, 0 number. You have like 4 or 5 common test cases and all that, depending on what the math is. And you go do all those test cases. Oh, there's a database section to it. Okay, if I put this in, does it structure the object correct for writing to the database? And when I pull something out of the database, does it, adjust it to be correct for the application, taking what is effectively the database object and making it into the appropriate object for my software. Now you'll notice I didn't mention actually writing to the database for that. That isn't a, I mean, you'd do that, but that'd be an integration test, not a unit test, so those you have to be a bit more mindful of. I've seen people hose their production databases because they were writing tests that wrote to the production database. Don't do that. But like, there's a whole bunch of stuff you set up, but you get all those tests written, and that'll take you a good, that'll take a good chunk of your dev cycle, and then you just write the code. But even, like, for one, knowing you have working tests to make sure you've got good code has a lot of value. Yeah, should be able to do that in the first place. Agreed. I had people I worked with as devs who constantly, like, I need access to production servers so I can check this. Like, no, you don't. Trust me. Trust me, as someone who's been around the block, you don't want access to production. Only bad things happen when you get access to production. It might be mildly convenient right now, but there is a lot more negatives to come from having access to production than positives. Like, you want a separate test server that is using data designed to look like production data, but has been sanitized such to not include actual names and all that kind of, like, not actual customer addresses and email addresses and all that kind of stuff, because that is a whole other animal. That's a security animal more than a other thing. That's where people goof up and end up leaking information or blasting off emails to the customers because someone messes something up. Like, there is a lot of time and effort that go into spinning up and setting up everything to be the way it should be. A lot of things. Yeah, production is where nightmares are born. Yeah, production is where nightmares are born. Lawyers get involved, and you have to start worrying about various things, like you accidentally violating some federal law about data that isn't allowed to be shared, and accidentally email blasting your customers an email that says test or something like that. You don't, like, unless you're the one who is setting up production and managing it, like that's your job, you don't want to have access to it. Yeah, so I'm saying, in your honest opinion, a test server should be set up with a randomizer put against identifiable information. Right, that would be fair. You see people fired over access to production? I have as well, plenty of times. Sometimes they should not have been fired. Sometimes the person who gave them production access should be the one fired, i.e. the person who came up with their entire setup for their entire security and network. But that's a separate issue. Because, like, I stand by if you got your junior developer you just brought in the first time, the intern, and they go and they nuke your production database because in their training stuff, getting set up on production was part of it, you shouldn't be firing the junior developer. You should be firing the department head. Because it's not the junior developer's fault that you had an absolutely idiotic setup. Donnie says, oh man, you're still not allowed to talk to a vendor without going through legal. Oh yeah. I mean, but a lot of times you want that when you're a business. It's inconvenient, it's a hassle, but there's a lot of ways that goes bad real fast. I mean, how many small companies have you seen implode because they had their main customer and they had their salesman who was like, or probably salesmen have official capacity, but you had someone outside the official capacity be the go-between, and they said something that was either incorrect or whatever, and then just kill that business, upset the customer, and it's over. And the whole company just implode after that. So even when you worked on random biological data, I missed the rest of it. Random biological data, you had 2 sets production testing. Oh yeah. No, I've worked at companies that just did not have a testing setup. I'm like, I'm not doing any work until I get your testing setup set up. Because, oh my god, how are you doing this? Like, what is wrong with you? It's like, it's one thing if we're like, some little fun high school project, or, you know, your thing is just, okay, I want to take some game data and run calculations kind of project. Sure, whatever. The data has no consequence or whatever. But the moment you're talking about like actual customer data or whatever, like, nah, there is going to be a testing setup. It is what it is. I don't care if it's this $200 e-machine that's stuck under someone's desk and runs like garbage. I can live with that if it's appropriate for the amount of budget we have. But it will not be production. Doug said, oh, it went bad, and I think they finally cleared all the C&D. Cease and desist? Yeah. Let's see, Solad says, you're not in the customer-facing position right now. I can't tell you how many times I had to yell in private at the interface people for CCing me into vendor emails. It was priceless to tell the police chief that they signed away all of their content for the past 10 years to a vendor. Oh, man. Yeah, there is a reason when you're involved in sensitive data or a company of any size, you get a lawyer. And you're like, we want to do this. What do you think? And if you see the lawyer, like, the hair starts standing up, you, like, kind of, like, back up. You're like, okay, so we don't do that. I understand. Message read loud and clear. That idea is a big nope. I may not know why, and I would like to know why, so that way I know, like, my next idea isn't a big nope. But, yeah, okay, we're not doing that. Which usually it's innocent enough. It's not you're trying to do something wrong. It's like, yeah, just so you know. It's like, you are walking into a minefield with that idea. Or, it can even be stuff you haven't considered. It's like, I would like to do this, and you're trying to go, alright, just so you know, while I understand from your position and what you want to accomplish with that, all of that is innocent and fine and well-meaning and even positive. But there is a reason that is illegal. That is this other thing over here that unfortunately these two things are directly intertwined in a way that really can't be separated. Like, you're doing this thing and it has this side effect. And while the thing you want to do is positive, that side effect is, you know, federal agents kicking down your door level of problems. So, you know, we're not going to do that. Oh, yeah, let's not do that. Or it can even be something not even that dire. That, hey, I want to do this thing. Oh, well, just so you know, that's going to make you pick up in spam filters. And then once you get flagged for it, getting your email off the spam filters is going to be an absolute nightmare. So while you're well-meaning, unfortunately, it does align with misbehavior that is going to 100% get you slapped. This is not where this is going. I got ready to drop sawdust in there, which luckily it would have worked. Can you do this? No, but your coworker did it already. Thank you for bringing this to attention to undo it. Yeah, let me... Oh, can you take care of this? No. Well, John over there did it. Good. Well, I'm going to now be walking over to John and taking him to HR, and John isn't going to work here anymore because he's opened up us to a suit that is 100% justified and would bankrupt us. So thank you for bringing me aware to the fact that John is openly and knowingly violating companies' policies that are there for very important legal reasons. I had that. It was oh man, what was I think they were bypassing purchasing department, but they were doing so in like a really shady I can't remember the specifics. It was a company that was working Department of Defense, and the person I figure is innocent enough because the specific contracts that they were circumventing the purchasing department's rules were not related to that, because we worked more than just government contracts. And I vaguely remember that they just kind of were like, okay, yeah, you know, I'll take care of it. And what it meant is the company was eating a cost related to a contract that should have been billable to the customer. Like, we were incurring an additional expense on their behalf. Fair enough. When it comes to Uncle Sam and doing government contracts, your paperwork needs to be in order. You go to jail if you get that wrong, where you start overcharging Uncle Sam because you did stuff wrong. And it's like, yeah, no, that is not gonna fly. That luckily it got caught, and, you know, basically the company's like, hey, we messed up paperwork that we're legally required to deal with. How do we fix this? And it got resolved. Like, there was no big legal mess that came out of it, but it was a huge bunch of headache for a bunch of lawyers going, all right, well, what is the procedure to make this right, since we blew the procedure to make it right the first time? And it was a whole thing. But the person who had bypass procedure was like walked out of the building like right then and there, like, you're fired. Like, you can't do this. This is not an excusable thing. This gets our company shut down and potentially in legal trouble. This is not an innocent mistake. What did the mommy cow say to the baby cow? It's past your bedtime. Excellent. Used to work for, what was it called? Continuous development. Where updates go and get deployed as a series. Testing, canary, production, rest of production in waves pretty much every minute. Every dev usually merge in the code to change it twice per day, at least the entire across the company. It's pretty fun, to be honest. Had a lot of necessary redundancy, backup, and control. Backup controls, features, and all that. Oh, that's So I haven't heard it called continuous. Continuous deployment is the mechanism. But yeah, where it's like the really tiny iterative micro updates kind of thing. Yeah, no, I actually prefer working in that because you have so it would be a subset of agile software development strategy, because you have waterfall, which is you plan everything in advance and then you roll with it. I'm exaggerating that a little bit. Then you got agile, which is like you do the thing, you deploy it, you go that. But yeah, continuous development is you submit the code, it automatically runs it, it blasts a whole bunch of tests against it and says, did you work? Okay, you passed all your tests. Then it'd be put into, the next thing, and then it'd go live after a bunch of stuff happens. It's really impressive when you get that set up, and it can be really good to do it that way too. It's fun, and I got to work with a group that one of the fascinating things that they did with that is they set up the test server, that they actually set up the test server to be spun up on virtual machines, because the testing suite, because of the size of their application, is you'd make an update and it would take their test server like literally 45, 50 minutes, an hour just to do a run to see if your test passed. And it was becoming a real problem that there's just the sheer number of tests for just how big the code base was became an issue. And they were in progress of moving it from being the monolith style code to being a lot more cut apart. But in the interim, that they were ending up, spinning up these virtual machines to run all of the tests on the virtual machine as opposed to on their local boxes. And we're sitting there going, my God, like, how much did that setup cost you? He's like, $8 every time someone pushes deploy. $8. Every time someone pushes to deploy, $8 disappears. That's how much virtual machine usage it has. And like, and you do that every single time. Well, not even deploy. Every time someone submits code. I'm sorry. And you're like, but you probably have literally hundreds of code submissions a day with how big you are. Because this is like we're talking like a Google style company as far as the software goes. Just giant cross multiple industries thing. And you're like, that must cost you tens of thousands of dollars. It's like, it does. Worth every penny. He goes, that's that many developers who don't have to sit there, and I lose an eighth of their day every single time they go to run it. But that was a very extreme situation. And they were in progress of moving away from it, but that was the interim pain, which almost every developer, you ask any project they're working on that's legacy code that's huge, interim pain is the name of the game, if they can even get to that point. Let's see, production process every day because other devs would rather avoid it because production scary, but you need bug fixers and such. You think production is either spooky land or your everyday stuff, depending on the dev temperament and the job. There's DevOps bleeding edge features. Yeah, so it's so with continuous development, you can still have it in both camps. So the big thing with production is where we're talking about like not having direct access. Even if you're in continuous development, as a developer, you still don't give me direct access to production development. What happens is where instead of I would submit my code, and then have someone peer review it and go through that whole procedure, and that might still happen in continuous development depending on your setup. What does end up happening with all that though, is it still ends up in production. You've just got a very organized and automated process to get it there. Versus, I'm on my local box writing to the production database. So Ab said, did you know leather is rated based on its texture? Cows with abundant water sources typically have softer hides rated A, but cows living in hot, dry climates are rated D hydrated. That makes sense that you'd have that kind of a breakdown. So this is going to be the last load of straw we're going to grab today. Then it's going to get tricky because I need to plow all the fields. I will need to fertilize all the fields. I still need to finish picking up the straw and doing all that kind of stuff. Let's see, every fast-growing medium to big-scale business has a SaaS model that has a story of the monolith. Imagine. Oh, that's, wait, did I miss something with a pun? A for abundant, D for dry. Yeah, when people are like giving the pun, just like, wait, what did I miss? Yep, totally blasted right past that pun. The harvester, this was like a 65 horsepower, right? I'm trying to see if I could use it on the other 95. That'll work. The little tractor can handle it. Read it faster. Dehydrated. Uh-huh. I see it. Whoosh. The point. Goodbye, $2,100. All right. Hey, it happens. But yeah, no, that is any company who's been around for a hot minute, almost all have the monolith, the legacy code nightmare story to give you, where they have that one bloated thing of code that they've been running on for years and years and years that they keep, you know, adding to, band-aiding, adding to and band-aiding, and adding to. And they can never get enough time to do the proper cleanup, that kind of stuff. And it's hit that point where it's such this giant monstrosity that they've got to deal with. And just trying to, in any way, make it make sense. And just dealing with that pain. And some get through it well, and some of it goes. Remember, folks, the technical department must be paid at some point. Oh, yeah. Well, that's, for those who aren't catching that one, there is a term known as technical debt. That basically, every single time you make a change, cut a corner, anything of that nature, you get this tiny little debt that adds up. And then the next time you change, you get a tiny little debt that builds up. And the debt never goes away unless you go back and you put in time to do a proper cleanup. And it just keeps building and building and building. And the more and more you slap it and band-aid fix it, the worse and worse and worse that technical debt gets, until eventually it absolutely ruins you. Like, until the point you go to do anything, and all of your time is being burnt on the debt, the interest, then the actual work. And what I mean by that is, like, if I have a system that was designed to do one thing, and over the years, you know, needs have changed, and that's all, like, totally fair, that you've had to tweak it and tweak it and tweak it and tweak it, and eventually, it no longer really resembles what it once was meant to do. It's a totally different piece. But because you didn't give your developers all that extra time they needed to go back and, like, properly tear it out and, you know, tweak it and make it as, you know, appropriate for what it is, then it's acquired this debt. So every time you make a change, you're trying to, like, ram a square peg through a round hole again and again and again, and you can do it. But it takes a lot more time and effort. And you eventually get to the point where you're just like, okay, this change should take me, you know, a normal person should take like 15, 20 minutes and probably be very low effort. But because of just how much debt has gotten piled on, it ends up being a 2-3 day project. And even then, it has like performance issues and all that. You gotta pay that technical debt. And the more it piles up, the more it compounds. And every single time you're doing that work, you're paying interest. You're not lowering your debt, you're just paying interest on it. Technical debt is actually just smart excuse for refactoring it all for funsies. Don't get me wrong. I very genuinely, I am one of the kind of developers who I like if I can convince people that, you know, you've got that monolith, that legacy code base. I like being in the position where we're like, hey, this, like, we have all this cruff, all this mess, this thing has become this giant, it's out of control, and we just, like, we cannot work with it anymore. I like being in that position of going, hey, here's the deal. Get out of my way. Let me close my door. Give me a couple of months, and you'll have a clean code base. You'll have a clean and up to snuff code base on the other side of it. I genuinely can have a good time just taking that code base that's, you know, 4 or 5 major versions behind on whatever tech it's in, and they're just like, we can't even bring it forward. And I'll be like, I'll get you there. Hey, Diligent Goo, how's it going? For those who don't know Diligent Goo, another content creator on the platform. Been playing some House Flipper 2 recently, if I remember correctly. So, good times over there and all that. So, if you're looking for some House Flipper, you can find it. Welcome in, and how's it going? Let's see. Someone says, you worked at an engineering company, was a field dispatcher. We were using software developed in the 90s for farm work. Yeah, like, sometimes that can be fine. Like, just software being old isn't necessarily bad. It's kind of the more it changes. Like, if you have a code base that you set up and it's basically not been touched for 8-10 years because nothing has changed about it in 8-10 years, that can be fine. You know, obviously, if it's something that's going to be available to the internet or something, please, for the love of everything, update your software so it has the security updates. But if it's something that's like running local machines kind of thing, whatever, that can be fine. It's just running some calculation, doing some inventory process that, again, doesn't meaningfully change for 10, 20 years. That's fine. But if you're in an industry that everything moves really fast, or, again, you're exposed to the internet at all on any capacity, you know, it's going to keep getting updates. But every new update you get, just basically assume if you don't give your people extra time to do cleanup work, that they just get the thing you requested done. That's how much time they get and nothing more. Just assume you effectively did the software development of putting it on your charge card. And it will just, like, that balance will forever grow if you keep paying the minimums and keep adding debt to it. You'll never pay it off. It's only when you stop and go, I need to pay this down, and you cut your developers loose and go, look, we got these spots. They're getting kind of gnarly. We need to clean up. That's actually one of the things. It wasn't even a company I worked for. One company I saw that did a really good part about it is they would make it that I think it was like a month every year that they would be like, what is the part of your, like, the software in this company that you hate the most? And then they would make a project to clean it up for a month. Like, it'd be a consensus thing so they get work done. And it was really impressive, like, how solid their code was. Like, don't get me wrong, a month is actually a lot of time to allocate for that. But they always had some top-notch software. Because most dev teams, they won't all agree on the area, but they'll have those 2 or 3 places in their code base that when they have to make a change, it's the one that really upsets them because it's the one that's the worst off. That if you were to give them time saying, hey, you've got time that you can, whatever place is the worst place in our code base that you can deal with, you go do that. And you'll usually have a good, at least quarter of your team be like, all right, this is what we're working on. Like, this thing sucks. It needs to be retooled. So it says, I was there when they switched to a new program. The one in the 90s for farm work was better for the company, but who wants to listen to the lowly dispatchers, engineers, and logistics managers? I mean, that does happen. There is definitely a point where people change for the sake of change. I won't deny that at all. That's a real problem. That's especially when you get to, like, whatever, like, the new buzzword technology is. When you start getting a bunch of developers on that, that's when you got to be leery. Not that it's not justified. Sometimes it absolutely is. But when a whole bunch of people is like, I heard this whole blockchain thing is new, and you're like, all right, hold up real fast. Hold up real fast. We are selling tools. Blockchain is not a relevant technology for our industry. It is a tech that has a very narrow use. It does have one. I'm not going to say it's not used for any other things, but as a very, very narrow place where it's useful. And then a whole lot of people who are, again, just looking for where they can shove that technology in because it's the new fancy tech. Or it's like a whole lot of people are like, we're adding machine learning to your tax calculations. Why? Like, for you know, like a retail website, it's like, but why? Why would you do that? Well, to look for oddities. Look, man, we write the code that puts a calculation there. What oddities are you expecting? It's gonna, like, it's this place, the tax is 6%. That's the calculation. It says, this location, 6%. It doesn't need machine learning. I get it. You want to work with machine learning. It's fine. Machine learning is cool. It's new tech. By all means, you want to upskill yourself. Nothing wrong with any of that. But also, it doesn't need it. This is not appropriate. Really? I need to grind that stuff. I put knocking that tree down. Put off knocking that tree down for so long. Let's see. There was stuff that was faster on the new program, irrelevant things, and stuff we had dozens of times got slower and harder. The main thing that the new program is supposed to do doesn't work even now, and you left the company 2 years. Oh, that's also another thing. That could be either a vaporware situation or, like, this is the advantage that this is going to give us. It's very important, and in the event that they actually made it happen, that might have made sense, but then just for whatever reason didn't pan out, kind of thing. That happens. Running machine learning model on millions of companies' tax filings to find out inflation is a thing. Yep. No, that was oh man. That was crypto. It's basically there's a thing where you have like a solution looking for a problem, and a lot of times blockchain is one of those problems. Like, again, it does have a use, a very, very narrow, specific use that only applies to very, very teeny tiny fraction of things out there in the world. And people are like, we could use this to secure voting. You don't understand blockchain. Look, man, you don't understand blockchain. We could use this to help with shoplifting. No, no. You're just saying words together. That's like you're saying you're gonna win Pong with milk. You said two words that are unrelated to each other. And people are like, you just don't understand. No, I do understand. I've written software for it. I've written papers on it. Believe me, I understand. And how absolutely useless it is for half of the things people are trying to shove it into. Is not inherently understanding the problem you're trying to solve and then just slapping a technical buzzword against it. And for the record, that happens all the time in dev. Like, again, machine learning, which has a much broader set of uses than blockchain. Like, blockchain has, like, this much use. Machine learning, which, you know, is along the lines of AI and all that, they use words interchangeably a lot, even though machine learning is a specific technology. Like, it has a very wide range of uses that are great and can actually do a lot of good for the world. But if someone's like, we can use machine learning to increase the revenue by deciding on what color this should be, it's like, or you could just do marketing research, you're gonna get the same results. It's gonna cost you less. Since it's technically, it would have helped. The problem is we had maintenance contracts with the military, and the engineers had access to confidential sites. But since dispatching is another country, we weren't supposed to find out about those sites are. And the issues showed dispatch the edge. Oh, basically, as the left hand didn't talk to the right hand with legal reasons involved. But yeah, so there was a communication gap. Yeah, that happens. That definitely happens. And again, there's sometimes it's just, like, it doesn't even have to have the legal reason. Sometimes it's just, you get your people in your company start becoming like little fiefdoms where everyone's in like they're in their circle, that purchasing is its little group, and then marketing is its little group, and dev is its little group, and they don't really talk to each other very well. And you start trying to make decisions, and you end up torpedoing someone else's efforts because you didn't know what you didn't know, kind of thing. And that's a broader, that is a C-level problem. The higher ups in the company, it's like, hey, you're supposed to be making all these big bucks because you're supposed to be overseeing everything. This is a failure on you as leaders of the company. You're the one who's responsible for maintaining the communication points between your various teams and how they're organized and all that. You like doing that reorg nonsense every other year so you can pat yourselves on the back. Here's the consequences of not doing it well, i.e. every single time you do it. Just about. Just shy of. Not literally every time, but mostly every time. It was pointed out during the dev time of the new program several times, but it still went through. Yeah, usually by the time you've reached that point, it's too far gone. Contracts are signed, like paperwork's drawn, money's involved. Yeah. No, that's an issue. Communication's a huge, huge, huge problem. Yeah. I know the straw is making us more money, and so as far as the money side goes, makes sense. I think next time I'm going to skip the straw. I know I really need it to pay off the foraging wagon, but the amount of time I'm putting into this... Did you actually finish your job? Okay. The amount of time I'm putting into just picking up straw for, you know, a couple... Like, admittedly, a couple thousand extra dollar... You know, a couple thousand extra dollars each time. It's the player effort. I'm like, Like, it wouldn't be bad if I had, like, a proper windrower. Like, one that was covering 4 or 5 full rows, just dumping it all into one. I don't know. Maybe if we had a silo, it also wouldn't be that bad, where I could drop it all into a silo, then get, like, the giant trailer and just haul it away. I mean, I'll need it later. To be clear, I'll need the straw later if we get cows or whatever, because cows need straw. So I'm saying, if you want a new program for some teams to use, talk to those teams before starting, at the start of the concept process. Yep, that's the communication. What all animals can you get in this? I believe there's chickens, goats, cows, pigs, sheep, I feel like I'm missing something. We can check in a moment. I know, I'm pretty sure I'm missing some. Horses, yes, you can get horses as well. And none of those are mods either. That's like literally the base game. There are mods that add tons of animals too. Yeah, so we go down here, we can go construction, we can go to animals. Cows, horses, pigs, sheep, chickens, bees, and other creatures is dog. There's no goats. I was wrong about the goats. But yeah, so you can get the bees. If we look at the bees here, you can get really big, fancy beehive things. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Others, you can get a little doghouse. I'm pretty sure there's an achievement for building the doghouse as well. We'll do that at some point. This is the one downside of using this tractor for this versus the other tractor. The other tractor can go 32. But do you get a dog? I do believe it puts a dog in it. Like, the dog doesn't run around your farm and do a whole bunch. It just kind of hangs at the doghouse, if I remember correctly. But you do get a dog, if I remember correctly. Hey, Sab, how's it going? All right. The dog goes places, but not too far? Gotcha. I remember, like, from what I had seen, I remember it just being, like, right near the doghouse. So it's fairly limited, but I mean, it's cheap too. So you put it down. Now, it doesn't have, like, any actual in-game function. Like, it's not like you get the dog and suddenly your animals get, like, higher produce because you keep predators away or anything like that. So there's not any of that. Like I was saying, I tried telling the dog a joke about sheep, but it had heard them all. There's pain. If it does, it might stay in the farm, but the dog stays in the farm but walks around. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I remember. It's like, it's just a thing. It's a cosmetic thing you just do for funsies. No cats, though. Strictly forbidden. Okay. Like, it'd be really nice to get another tractor. We're not doing that right now though. The current priority is to make enough money to buy our next tile. Which will increase the workload I need to do, but we are going to not grow wheat on that tile. We're going to grow something else. That way we can kind of have a flip back and forth. Oh yeah, no, in real life, very last Sardine saying, I know someone who raises chicken who has dogs and a couple of cats to guard them. Yep. In real life, it's worth doing, but not that. Just randomly popping into my head, people asked this previously, like, what would I like to see added to Farming Simulator? I would honestly like them to add, and it'd be an optional thing that you can turn on and off, of course. But I would like them to add various, you know, different plant health things you got to worry about in regards to, you know, pests. Like either pests in the sense of like bugs or mites or, you know, fungal infection kind of things for your plants you have to deal with. You know, have a couple different systems for dealing with each one. You'd have plants that are more susceptible or less, and you could either take a proactive or reactive way of dealing with different ones. And, you know, certain ones being reactive would be very, you know, very rough for it. proactive, might be cost prohibitive depending on the nature of it. Make it balanced, of course. But it would be interesting to, and not have just like one solution. Like have it do like the thing where, oh, you've got bugs that are, in the area messing with your crops because you got a crop that's particularly susceptible to bugs. And so you could go through and you'd have like the one choice, you could take your like sprayer wagon and spray it with like pesticide or whatever. You could also go through and, you'd buy like the ladybug crate or whatever to, whatever the like natural predator of that pest is. You'd have a thing where you could like buy the big crate and put it next to your field, and that it would, knock it down and all that kind of stuff. Like that could be a fun, interesting mechanic. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like it'd be fun to do something like that. You'd have, for certain types of pests, you'd have alternate methods where you could, basically spray your plants with, it's just basically water kind of thing to like, drown out the pest, but it'd have negative consequences. Now, the catch is you need some benefit to it, though. Like, that's the catch, because right now, as I'm describing, it's nothing but negative, and that wouldn't be fun as a player. You'd turn it off. So it could be that if you have this enabled, your crops get, like, a bonus 25% yield base, but if you don't keep up with it, the bugs would damage your crops and take back all that benefit. So the idea is you get more money for having the setting enabled, but it's a new thing you got to deal with. Let's see, does Farming Simulator have something like biomes or climates that different planets are more suitable depending on which map you're on? No, not really. That's certainly another direction you could potentially go with it. Oh, Precision Farming has that? I hadn't seen that. I mean, really what they do in the game for the most part is, each major update, they usually add another type of crop kind of thing. So, like, to give you an idea, if we actually look at the tractors here, not this, if we look at this, like, I believe the corn was right at the beginning and the wheat and all that. But then, for example, the vegetable technology, that was the Platinum Edition. I believe the sugarcane, grapes and that was, I want to say, Premium Edition. That kind of thing, where they basically just added more and more options of crops. So I would assume, like, your next major update, they would get another thing. I've said some of the, like, for me, for, like, the next type of crops, if they, they have, like, their next major updates, like, what's the new type of crop we're adding to the game, I would like them to add some type of tree produce. Like, and you can have a couple different varieties, like citrus or nut trees or that kind of thing, because that would require its entirely own different way of machinery. Must have saying, what attachment is that? You're just starting, and he couldn't figure out how to get rid of those rows. Oh, so this is a forager wagon. So if you go down here, where are you at? Forager wagons. So that'll get rid. These will get rid of your rows that they loaded up in here. And most of the stuff that you get that doesn't sell particularly great, but it is extra money. So grass, grass, straw, hay, pick up stuff like that, silage. You have another choice as well, as you can get a baler. These here. And what that'll do is, instead of where I'm, like, loading this all up loose in here, it'll compact it into either, like, it'll either compact into a cylinder or, like, a little brick that you can then pick it up, throw it on a truck and sell it. And there's pros and cons with each. So I'm saying an add soil type layer that affects how much fertilizer, seeds, lime use, and how much produce you can take out. Sorry. That way each crop has its own fertilizer needs. Sorry, apologies for the yawning. But yeah. Now I think what Longclaw is thinking, like, if you had an area that was tropic, so you wouldn't have, like, snow or whatever, you could grow stuff like pineapple and citrus and all that kind of stuff. But you know, and then you'd go to some place like where it would snow and all that, you might have more in the way of like apple trees and pumpkins and stuff like that would be appropriate for that climate more. Yeah, it's also a mod. Yeah, no, I'm talking about the game itself. Oh yeah, no, if you're talking precision farming, it's an official mod, so like as so I'm saying it's kind of DLC, it's kind of mod, it's like kind of in that space somewhere. But yeah. Alright, that's just plowing away. Yeah, I do think one of the other things we'll get after we get the next tile of land is I do think we're going to work on switching from using the plow to the cultivator. Like, we'll go and get ourselves a proper cultivator and get ourselves a, we'll need to get a sprayer for dealing with the weeds. Or the thing that cuts up the weeds, either or. Because then we can go cultivate, put down the fertilizer, you know, seed it when the weeds show up. Like, I believe if you hit them at the right time, you can remove the weeds without destroying the crops. But if you wait too long, then you know you'll trash the crops too. Man, I'd love to see... I could see that. Another option I could go with is get a whole bunch of stuff in the area of, like, gourds. Get, like, gourds, squash, pumpkins, stuff like that. That'd be another way they could go with the crops. That'd add something new. I could also go for them to add some, perennials of various type, where you'd have a crop that you don't just hack it down every year. You put the crop down, it's there, and you roll through and you harvest it and all that. You know, you might need to refertilize, you might have a procedure you need to do in between your growing. Like, I think that's true of the olives and the grapes, but I'm thinking more a crop on the ground kind of thing. Yeah, no, I agree, Soul Adams. For the cultivator, like the way I'm looking at the cultivator is it's the cultivator and the sprayer that I have to get those as a combo. Like, there's no point in having one without the other. Because if I get the sprayer, sure, I could use it instead of the solid fertilizer, but I haven't particularly noticed, like, the sprayer's faster, but it's already, that fertilizer is one of my faster processes, so not that big a deal. I was saying, what is the best order to get your crop to grow? Best cultivate, fertilize, seed. So I don't really have a strong knowledge on what is, like, actually the best. I think that's one of those ones that's a bit more subjective because you have a bunch of options that gets the same results, because 100% is the maximum fertilized, you know, which is the regular game with no DLC involved or whatever. For me, what I've been doing is right now, I plow... I fertilize, I seed, I fertilize. So I do 2 rounds of fertilizer, and because I'm plowing, I don't need to deal with weeds or anything like that. With the cultivator, I imagine it would be cultivate, fertilize, plant, fertilize, and then you'd use the herbicide weed sprayer to get rid of your weeds. But I feel like that's those ones that, you know, you'll have people's like, well, I do it in this order versus that order, but you get the same results and kind of the same time investment. And it's not too big a deal. Because, like, you'd also plow, seed, fertilize, wait a day, fertilize, and that also works. And you get the exact same results. Because anything that gets you up to 100% yield bonus, you've hit the roof. Any additional work you do, you get nothing for it. Soul Adam says, as far as I looked at bonuses, cultivate, fertilize, roll, seed, fertilize, roll, herbicide. Right, but my understanding is you don't get a bonus for that roll anymore. The 2 rolls, because you've already done 2 rounds of fertilize, you would hit 100% fertile, 100% yield bonus, and then the rolls just go to waste. Like, they don't hurt anything, but 100% yield bonus is the max if you're not using precision farming. Which, if you're new to the game, do not use precision farming until you learn the game. With precision farming, I believe that would get you an extra 10% yield for the 2 rounds of rolling. But yeah, I imagine you'd also be able to cultivate, fertilize, seed. Well, I mean, sorry, cultivate, seed, fertilize, wait a day, fertilize. One of those, I need to go through. One of those is a follower emote, and the other one is a subscriber emote. That's part of the reason I'm commissioning more emotes, is so I can, like, take the ones that are similar and drop them out. Because there was a weird issue. I don't know if it's still a thing, but to be clear, is it still a thing that as a creator I'm not my own follower? Because that was the whole reason I duplicated it in the subscriber and the followers. I had it as a follower emote. I'd go to other people's channels, and I couldn't use my own hello emote and that kind of thing. So I ended up duplicating them for a while because as the channel, like, I literally couldn't use my own follower emotes just the way Twitch implemented at the beginning. It was so weird. Oh, so it says looking at bonuses? Yeah. Yeah, so generally it's 2 rounds of fertilizer after you plow, and it cannot be back-to-back. That's the key thing. You can't fertilize and just do another round of fertilize. Yeah, cool. I imagine they fixed it, because that was a long time ago I set that up, and mostly duplicates I got rid of. It's just one I missed. Cedric says, we can use follower emotes now since you're subscribes to our own channels. Well, that was the catch. When they first made those follower emotes, it was you were a subscriber to your own channel, but you could not follow your own channel. So I had access to all of my sub emotes, but not my follower emotes. And I know that was the thing that, I'm pretty sure that was the thing that changed, that they had fixed. It was like a bug kind of thing. Because they used to have like an equivalent of the hello for both of them, an equivalent for the lurk for both of them, and all that kind of stuff. And I know I've got rid of most of those duplicates, and that's just one I've missed. But I am commissioning a whole bunch of emotes to fill in. Like, we already got our first batch of 6, and I need to commission the second batch of 6, and that's on me for not getting that done. But yeah, that's just a carryover. So the follower version will stay, and the sub version of that one will go away because subs get access to the follower. One of those also predated the others by a large margin. That the idea was we had the love one, and then I added emotes for people who gifted bits. That there's like, for a very small amount of bits, you get like the lowest level, you get like the little teeny tiny where he's got like the little teeny tiny heart, and then as you got more, it gets to the point where it's like an overwhelming amount of heart. So, like, people, because that's the whole idea, is, like, people can kind of show off when they've been doing a lot of extra support that they get special emotes to themselves. So we've got 5 emotes that the heart gets, like, progressively bigger. So that's where the near duplicates came from, that, is because it was the middle one in the set. There's a little bit of duplication, because there's also a thing that, like, you have people who, like, support heavily with a bunch of the bits. For whatever reason, the cheers and then, like, the bits were, like, separate things. Which I don't really get. Where, like, people have gifted bits and all that. Well, tipped bits, whatever you want to say. Were, like, 2 separate parts. Which is a real head-scratcher. And a really annoying part is I can't use this, like, I have to, like, re-upload the emote and give it a different name to do that kind of thing. Even though, like I said, it felt like it had a complete overlap. That's also been one of the problems of figuring out what goes in the Tier 2 and Tier 3 sub spots. Because I need to figure that out, and that's been a whole thing. And that's, when I get my next batch of emotes, I have to decide that, because that's when we start having enough emotes that, you know, I have to decide which ones go where. And so you want, you know, emotes that are important, like the lurk, the wave hello, you know, showing support, like these ones that people are going to use to communicate stuff in the channel. You want to make sure those are accessible on the lower tiers, if tiered at all. But then you want to make sure you still have fun emotes on the lower level. Like most people are going to be tier 1 subs if they're going to sub. But at the same time, if someone does do tier 2 and tier 3, you want to make sure that they feel like they got something for it. And that's been a difficult thing to navigate. Going, okay, well, here's a really fun emote. Do I put the higher sub one, all that? And all that kind of stuff. Wired arguing. Well, now I want one of the bid emotes. I don't remember what the thresholds are for the bid emotes. I don't remember if it's like $1 in bits or any number of bits. I know I could look it up. I know there's like breakpoints of like $5 and $10 and stuff like that. I just don't remember what like the first tier is. I'm sure there's people who know it off the top of their head. I'd have to just look it up. And I don't remember, like, I don't think as a creator I could change those. Not that I would. As a totally official, that way this emote can be used by followers and be temporarily unlocked by channel points. That too. But yeah, no, that's the duplicate's gonna go away of that one. The one that a Night Dweller pointed out. The duplicate of that'll go away. That was dealing with a bug in Twitch at the time. If you remember, the steps are 100 bits, 500 bits, 1,000 bits, 5,000 bits, 10,000 bits. Yeah, no, I didn't want to be like, I'm pretty sure it's 100 bits. I didn't want to sit there and say it and it wasn't and feel like I was egging you on to like throw more money at it. But also, you should definitely put the other 90 bits in, just to be clear. But I didn't want to feel like I was egging you on when I was wrong. Like, it's one thing to get it wrong when there's no cost. But when it's involving money, you're like, yeah, I don't want to mislead. Wired Orange dropping the other 90 bits going, well, I gotta do it now. Because they recently changed the unlocking so you can unlock subscriber-only emotes for 24 hours and use them in other channels. Oh, neat. I didn't know about the use in other channels. That's good. I actually like that. Man's gotta do what he's gotta do. Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. There's, like, you'll never hear me apologize about playing a sponsored game. Like, I won't be like, hey, sorry, like, gotta do it. It's like, hey, look, the game gets their viewership that they get to see. Either then you have like, you know, viewers want to see a variety of games, and I gotta get paid. The 10,000 heart cheer emote, the cheer emote is crushing Rual. Yeah, no, it's 100% thing. Oh yeah, well that's you'll have people make a stink about, like, it's the same thing, like, you know, with, like, I haven't done a Raid Shadow Legends like sub, and I never will. Just that's my own personal stance, but like, you'll have people who are like, I can't believe that person did that, like, what a sellout. It's like, no, you don't know that person's financial situation. Like, their kid could be sick or something, and they're like, crap, how am I gonna pay my bills and all that? And while certainly it's an unpopular thing to take that kind of sponsor, you know, even if it's not something like that, like, streaming does not pay nearly as much. Man, I did the calculation. Oh, what was it? I think I'm is probably giving more information than I probably should, but it's totally fine. I don't mind giving it up. It'll be here somewhere. I'm going to run into something while I'm looking this up. You're here somewhere. Yeah, so just take a guess. Not even counting all the stuff supporting stream outside of stream. Just me being here on stream. Just the streamed hour. We're not talking a single moment of editing videos. We're not talking a single moment of dealing with sponsors. We're not talking a single moment of anything else. How much do you think per hour I make from Twitch streaming? Just from Twitch. No, nothing else. We're not talking sponsors. We're not talking anything else because I actually don't know those numbers. How much do you think of the hourly rate I probably make on the stream is? Just as a guess. And this isn't me begging for money or anything like that. Under $1. It's not that bad. It's not under $1. It's bad, but it's not under $1. Probably like $9. You are way over. You are. It is much closer to Soul Adams than minimum wage. So Adam says, I never understand people get upset when streamers do sponsored games. Like, dude, they're getting paid to play a game. You should enjoy it. 250? You're pretty close. 250 is really close. It's about 273. Is about how much I made per hour last year from Twitch. And this is only Twitch directly. This isn't counting sponsors. This isn't counting where, you know, people, you know, go to GoFi and tip through that. This isn't counting, like, people where they do, like, the one-off thing. This isn't, I mean, technically I've lost my money on merch versus gained it because I do giveaways every so often, and that's a thing. Does that count subs and bits? That counts subs, bits, and ad revenue. That sick 50-50 split, There's a reason why creators who get the 50 or the 75-30, the 70-30 split, geez, I'm saying all the numbers wrong, are like, this is life-changing because it's a huge thing. But yeah, so again, that isn't counting sponsored content. But that is why you will see a lot of creators having other revenue sources outside of Twitch. Often that is sponsored content. It could be merchandise. It could be all sorts of different things. Because, you know, this is a partnered channel. The viewership of this channel, I am like in the top 0.0% of people on Twitch. Like last I looked, it's something like top 0.5% or 0.7% of content creators on Twitch. And that's how much it makes. If you're just going through Twitch and Twitch alone. So there is a reason why everyone is trying to, like, step off. And this isn't me going, oh, please give me money or anything like that. I'm fine financially, but it is a thing. And it can be way worse. Oh yeah, no, it's I can't remember the breakdown. It's something like 70-something% of people who stream on Twitch have not qualified for affiliate. Which is like, you cannot make a dime unless you're affiliate. And it also means you're... No, it wasn't 95%. It's not that high. It's high. Oh, you're talking about, like, for viewership. Yeah. For viewership, you're probably right. I thought you were talking about number of streamers. Yeah. Other than sheep, what animals does it have? It has horses, cows, chickens, pigs, and a dog, technically. I'm double checking it. Yeah, so you've got cows, horses, pigs, sheep, chickens, bees, and an other is dog. DLC, you can get llamas? Yes, you can. But yeah, no, yeah, hitting affiliate puts you in the top 5%, you know, if you're maintaining affiliate numbers. But, like, that's if you're someone who goes, I'm gonna get into streaming and I'm gonna strike it rich, look at these millionaires. Yeah, you're. um, I've got look, there's we need to have a talk about expectations. Will you potentially make it? Maybe, but it's these millionaires, all three of them. It's pretty rough. They had a data breach a couple years back where everyone's finances got leaked. So far as like how much people were making, and it was on Twitch itself. So again, that's not accounting, you know, affiliates, it's not counting any like partner programs outside of Twitch and all things. There's around 3.5 million affiliate channels. Yep. Oh yeah, so to be clear, if I had the choice, I would eliminate the ads on my channel. Like, I mean, all ads, pre-rolls and mid-rolls. That's not an option Twitch gives you. Like, the way it works to, like, peek behind the curtain is if I do literally nothing as a creator, like, I never hit the manual ad button, I don't turn on the timer, I literally do nothing at all. What ends up happening is every single time someone joins a channel, they get hit with a set of ads, pre-rolls. And unfortunately, it's very damaging for your overall viewership when that does happen, because people don't know if your content's any good or not, and they get slapped with a big old thing of ads, and they go, you know what? I'm gonna go do something else. And they go tune to someone else's channel who doesn't have those ads at the beginning. And it really kind of sucks. So what ends up happening is, as an alternative to that, my other option is that I can choose to either manually hit to run ads if I want. And I will say with ADHD, I'm not going to remember that. But if I hit that button, thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. If I hit that button, depending on how much time I said to run for ads, it turns off the pre-rolls for the stream for a period of time. So if I ran 15 minutes of ads, or sorry, if I ran, not 15 minutes of ads, Jesus. That would be a lot of time with no ads. But if I were to hit the button, and it ran 3 minutes of ads. That means for 1 hour after those ads are run, there are no more pre-rolls on the channel. If I run a minute and a half of ads, I hit that button. For 30 minutes, there's no ads. If I run, 1 minute, that's 20 minutes. You get the idea. But that's how the math works out. But yeah, so it is a thing that, because of how damaging pre-rolls are for your channel growth, we run ads. And I do get revenue for that. And to be clear, if you subscribe and you don't see ads, or you get Twitch Turbo and you don't see ads, I still get compensated as if you saw the ads. Even though you don't see them. Which is a nice little bonus in how it does it. So is this you're building your home now? I mean, that's the bakery. In real life, we would be moving in there, because that bakery clearly has more than a bakery in it. Just did 3 minutes, you think? Yep, that is literally the once per hour ad break. Because that is the minimum amount of ads required to disable pre-rolls. So I'm never running a minute more than that. Though Twitch asked me at one point, I think, was it 13 minutes they asked me to run an hour? I'm like, no. Jeez, no. Want to watch me torch my channel from orbit? 13 minutes of ads? And for the record, it's just an algorithm on the background. It's not a human being who went, hey, 13 minutes sounds like an appropriate amount. It's 100% an algorithm, and the algorithm does some real funky stuff sometimes. But I just keep it on 3 minutes. But I do get revenue from it. And when it's really good, it can be up to almost a third of my revenue on Twitch. Oh, you've been wondering why you have different ad durations and all that? Yeah, so the ads you see are based on location. So if you're in Florida, or you're in Germany, or you're in Sweden, or you're in there, you will have entirely different ads from everyone else. You could have the same ads, but you have entirely different subsets. And so it ends up happening a lot of times, if you're in a country that has particularly strict consumer protection laws, or particularly strict laws around what can and cannot be advertised and how, generally speaking, you will have a much lower number of ads. Not always, but generally speaking, this is broad scope here. So if you have a group that says like no medical, no like political ads, no this ads, no that ads, you'll just get less ads. It could also be if you're just a market that not as many companies are targeting, you'll usually get less ads as well because less people are willing to spend the money to advertise there. Yeah. It says, yeah, you have some content between the ads. There is more time to play ads. That was, there's been people running experiments with if they actually just went with what Twitch said, because Twitch says, we expect, like, if you chose this many ads, we estimate you'd make this amount of money. It's not a strict calculation of N number of viewers versus Y. They have, like, some formula behind there that they don't share. And to challenge that, there were content creators who, for a stream or two, ran the ads, like the 13+ minutes that they recommended. Understandably, the number of people watching were not the normal number. But yeah. Otto says, you feel like you should be seeing more ads, especially considering how much stuff YouTube tries to push in you? Well, it all depends on what Twitch manages to negotiate. Like, that's the whole thing, is the negotiation between people who want ads and targeting Twitch. And there's a lot of companies who understand the value of what a YouTube ad is for, and are still not quite sold on Twitch ads. Like, that's kind of the thing. So yeah, so I don't have any view behind the curtain of what actually happens with Twitch and their ad negotiations or anything like that. That's just from my knowledge, and ads come from working with people who would sell the ad space. Like, I was at the company buying the ad time. Not that that was my responsibility, but you know, I would pull the data that I'm saying, hey, we can definitely see there's been a really big dip in business. You know, go buy some AdSense space, and then suddenly all the phones would blow up. And it really is that effective. Like, people sit there and goes, ads don't work. They work. Oh my god. I hate that they work, because it justifies the sale of them. But, dear goodness, it is mind-boggling that you can just plunk down, you know, $10,000, $100,000 in ad space on, like, Google or whatever, and then suddenly your phones go from dead, a bunch of salesmen, you know, twiddling their thumbs looking for something to do, and then all the phones ringing, which that was the nature of the business we were at, is you would get your ad being like, hey, you want to buy name of product or whatever. But it was ridiculous. Hey, Sui, how's it going? For those who don't know, Sui, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency team, been playing a whole lot of my time at Sandrock, as well as other games. But definitely good times over there. We make our way over to that channel fairly decent basis. But yeah, so good times. How's it going, Sui? Thank you for introducing to them yesterday. No problem. It's nice when I can drop a raid on Sui. These are 1,000, right? No, they're 500 liters. So I should have one more box popping out of there. You're 500 liter. I should be getting more boxes, right? There you go. That's 2 days ago already? Maybe. I lose track. Doing good. You're attempting to fix your sleep schedule? I do it weird, though. I'll sleep in as long as I can, and then stay up as long as I wait. Yeah, I mean, I usually stay up super late to, like, just basically exhaust myself, then go to bed at the time I intend on sleeping. It doesn't stick. Yeah, Sui is awesome. Sui is fantastic. Like, for example, everyone who loves the Rimworld hot potato, Sui is, like, the mastermind behind making that happen. Like, don't get me wrong, a whole lot of people contribute to making it happen and all that kind of good stuff. But they were the initial instigator of, and are one of the main people who do the work to make it happen. Like, very genuinely, if Sui just was not involved, I am not sure the hot potato would actually get done, just because of all the logistics that needs to be done that they handle. You have to work again in 10 days, so you just need to rough timeline sleep-wise? Gotcha. Too much product Zomboid. I'm still happy, even though, for those who didn't catch the beginning with the dare drop yesterday, I was really disappointed to find out the gift card thing. It was an entry for a giveaway for gift cards to give to your community through the dare drop, which is pretty upsetting. I've heard more people attributing to 2D Curie. 2D Curie is involved. Like, 2D Curie definitely does their part as well. I don't know exactly who does all the individual things, but like, I mean, it's the Halcyon Frequency team is the ones who do, like, it's our hosted event, but so he does a whole heck of a lot. He barely did anything for the Dwarf Fortress 1 in 2023. Yep. Yeah, like everyone chips in, but yeah, no, by and large, like, there's a handful of people who make it happen. But the point is, Sui deserves a lot of credit for that event occurring. And then by proxy, any events that have spun up because of that event. Again, not to discredit others involved. I do not know all of the people involved. Are you still plowing that field? Good, good. But yeah, so yesterday we did a bunch of Product Zomboid dare drops under the impression that we're getting a bunch of gift cards. We still might get them, but it's a chance to get them. But I was very, very proud of the fact that playing normally in Product Zomboid, you know, it normally takes you somewhere in the ballpark of 15 hours of gameplay to survive 30 days. Gotcha. Okay, so we did get it fixed so that VIP should no longer get whacked for posting links. So that, yeah, so we have the list of people who chipped in, so we can go ahead and just pop this up real fast. Yeah, so we had, like, application vetting was 2D Curie, FG Squared, and Woe Jess. Roll call for streamers of 2D Curie, Bellinar. You know, I'm not gonna read. There's a lot here, but the point is, there's a bunch of people here involved. But yeah, organizing, scheduling, Tiltify campaign, Sui. Yeah, you know what the big thing is? Could you imagine having an event without scheduling? But yeah, so they have the full credits. I was like, it's like, oh, here's the handful of things. Like, oh, right, these are proper credits. There's like actually 10, 11 different line items there with people credited, which is fair and the way it should be done. But I was like, oh, I actually don't want to read all these names out. But yeah, there's a lot of people involved. You know, both within Halcyon Frequency, friends of Halcyon Frequency, and otherwise, you know, just involved in the event in general. You can guess who you can try and figure out who the one who's not. I'm teasing. There's none that I know of. All right, but yeah, that happens. You're like, oh yeah, this will be 2 seconds. No, wait, hang on. Yeah, behind the scenes and in front. Behind the credits video when? I mean, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Like, it may have been done. It wouldn't be a bad thing on like the wrap up of the event. Or, like, even the intro event. Like, it could have totally happened that we do show that screen or equivalent of. Speaking of which, is there some kind of VOD archive? So I know there was an effort to preserve the videos, at least, like, you know, so the people who participated do that. I need to give myself a note before that drops off from existing anymore. that I need to make a highlight video of that so it's saved. So highlight hot potato, because we were asked to do that. And then I blinked, and then I forgot about it. Because that's the ADHD life for you. Oh, is that the link to all the VODs? Yeah, gotcha. So I need to go in there and get my highlight posted there. That's on me. And the reason we need to do the highlight as opposed to just the VOD is after, I think it's for me as a partnered content creator, I think it's like 2-3 months or whatever, the VOD's gone. But if you highlight it, it doesn't get deleted. Wifey, you head downstairs. Yeah. But stairs are scary.
Stairs are scary.
Lots of people get hurt on stairs.
Oh gosh, why am I doing this?
You need to be extra careful.
Okay.
Granted, they're not as dangerous as the kitchen or the bathroom.
Why are you listing scary things?
Because they're scary.
The OG Mana. I can eat on that. I stole Adam's ice and tea and cookie. Oh my gosh, do they know how scary these things are?
I'm willing to bet everyone has the things that keep them up at night as is.
Tumbleweed official. Hi Infinity Simplex. Hi a Night Dweller. People make me happy.
Oh, right. I was sitting there, I was trying to remember, because, like, I was just thinking about, like, TwitchCon stuff, and I was like, oh, yeah, and we hung out with Sui and all that, and I was like, oh, wait, that's right. That was the night you weren't feeling well. So you, like, the night we went out for dinner. Like, you slept that day.
I guess, well, I think I had food poisoning.
Yeah, we think it was food poisoning, because she was, like, it's just, like, the last day. It was, like, it's only, like, it wasn't very long, like, days-wise that you were sick.
It was just the one day. Well, a little bit into the next day, too.
Yeah, but that's just about right for mild food poisoning is...
Hi, Soul Adams. Hi, Dev So Dusty. Thank you, Sui. Rual here did bring me back soup, which was nice. I did appreciate it.
I wanted to make sure I brought back something that would still be enjoyable to eat, and, you know, with her being sick with, like, potentially food poisoning, last thing you want to do is, like, here's something full of seasoning and spices and everything. Yeah. Oh, what do you mean you can't keep that down? No, it was soup.
It was actually very embarrassing. I don't know if he told you. Well, at the conference, I was sick, and I think I had food poisoning, and I ended up throwing up in a trash can. So that was embarrassing.
Yeah. Yeah, she's like, I'm so sorry. I was like, it's the last day of the con. Like, half the people didn't show up the last day. Half the people were, like, checked out, doing something else. Like, there's only one talk I would have gone to that last day, and as well as one's like, I'm gonna go there, you know, not expecting much. And she's like, I'm so sorry you're gonna miss your talk. It's like, yes.
Yeah, I actually ended up going to the,
first aid.
Yeah, first aid, and they gave me, like, what do you call them? Like, anti-throw-up pills. I don't know what they're called. Anti-throw-up pills, and, yeah. I don't know, something was wrong. I didn't just throw up, like, I was shaking. I don't know, something was wrong. But
Yeah. They just give you some that settles your stomach.
Yeah. It'd be worse, I threw up in a sink at another event. Oh. Don't just stare either. Yeah, stairs are evil. Anti-medics. That could be. That sounds, you know what? Even if that's not right, I believe you, Mellow Murmur.
It's a convincing argument.
Yeah, that sounds real. But yeah, we went to first aid and they gave me that, and then I went back to the hotel and he brought me soup. So that part was nice.
Mm-hmm. She was also embarrassed because she had to send, like, the staff member to go find me because, like, I had gone to grab food first because, like, all right, you're not feeling well. Let's get you, like, a little bit of food so you know.
Yeah. They
to
had
do
these
that.
big bean bags in like this big communal area, and I was like lying on one of the bean bags because I didn't feel good, so I was just like lying on the bean bag. And then he went to get food, and I like sat up, and then I was just like, it was when I sat up, I couldn't, I don't know, I just needed to throw up, and I ran to a trash can.
So I went back to where we were. It's like, oh, well, clear she wasn't feeling well, so she ran to the bathroom, whatever. And you know, when she didn't come back in a couple minutes, I was like, you know, text was like, hey, you okay? But like as I was writing the text, you know, staff member was like, hey, your wife's over there. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
Yeah. Soup is good, and it was good. It was French onion soup. I still remember it. He brought me French onion soup, and it was very good. I like
Yep.
French onions.
How was Doomsday?
It was good. It's kind of cold here, but that's nice because I mostly work outside, so.
It's kind of colder. Isn't like 72 today.
No, not hot. It's in the 60s.
Okay, move a little closer to the mic.
Yes. I can. So yeah, my day was good. I did things. Facts. Yeah. I don't know. Anything I say would like dox me, so.
Yeah, that is the downside of the nature of her work. Is other than taking care of animals, water, it's hard to say much past that without narrowing that down a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. But I did things. Yeah. Fish were alive when I left.
It's always a good thing.
Yeah.
She doesn't keep them alive, she just makes sure they're not dead.
Yeah. I love you the most.
I love you more.
No, I love you more.
Finally, the real streamer is at the mic, not the guest. I promise.
Oh, that's so sweet. Puppy.
What's up?
Your game seems to be playing itself.
I have a worker driving it while we're like talking and all that.
Oh, okay. I'm like, they're watching you like not play the game.
Hey, you can see how bad they are at plowing.
Yeah. Yeah. They're missing a lot.
They're pretty unfortunately bad at that.
Yeah. But yeah, Sui, if you're still there, I did miss going out with you that night. I wanted to go. I just it wouldn't have gone well. But I was really sad that I missed it. But I'm glad that you guys had fun.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So is Rual a pet?
No.
Hmm.
I have my own ability to choose make decisions on that. Other than cats, pets don't have that. Cats do what they want.
That's true.
They're ungovernable.
Cats do what they want. Aw, you had a great conversation at Noms. Noms are important.
Everyone's like, you need to remove that boulder. So the problem is, to remove the boulder, I might be able to make get the skid loader with a hydraulic spike on it and break it. And that's going to set us back like 60, 70,000.
That's so many thousands.
I know, which I really don't want to spend it on that. Or I can go and cut down the sign at the beginning, which I might have to buy the tile to do that, but that deletes all boulders on the map. And I really don't want to do that.
I would get rid of that boulder.
Right.
And that boulder.
And what I would really rather do is I think we just once
boulder.
I get the new tile where this, if you notice this field to my right where it ends, what I think I want to do is I think I want to stop this field at similar lines, so like cut this field a little bit shorter so the boulder's no longer a problem. You can normally in the game, but it's against the rules of the challenge.
What's the challenge?
It is the Survivor Man challenge. When I started this, I started with a chainsaw and $0.
Stop trying to take him from me.
Well, you have equipment and apparently someone to drive that equipment, so seems like you're doing pretty well.
You also weighing that option with those freaking rocks? Yeah, well, that's the whole thing. If you make the fields a wide enough margin away from them, they won't have difficulties.
I saw him first too. Stop trying to take him from me. This guy?
Other than the fact that, you know, like, I've only been streaming for, like, 2.5 years-ish versus, you know, been married for 11.
Yeah, we're old. We're so old. So old.
time hurts.
My bones, they're so brittle. No, just that guy. I won't do that with the trees because I can make some money on them or they are naturally useful. But those rocks, oi!
Oh yeah, no, for me, my stance is I like the rocks being on the map, just to the point of it has stuff that, you know, the random like things that force you to like build around them kind of stuff, versus like making like this grid that's perfect.
Husband,
Wifey,
I love you the most out of all the people in all the world.
I love you more than that. You just have to live with it.
I love you more than Zoside loves you.
It adds character, but gets in the way. It's farmland. I know, but I have all of this land to work with.
That's so much land.
So that one rock is not that big a deal.
Maybe it's like Plymouth Rock. Maybe it's a famous rock.
No,
No.
it's literally no man's land. No one knows about this rock but me.
I was trying to give the rock some meaning in life, but I guess not.
The rock has no meaning.
Okay.
There's only Zool.
Start a petition to get rid of the rock. But does Zoside have 60 watch streak? I don't have that.
Probably not. I'm imagining the people have that. There's like 2 or 3 people on the whole channel. That's like really impressive.
Like Cookie.
Yes.
Yes. What is that?
With the sweating snowman.
Oh, I hear my name. This rock rolls pain in the butt.
The rock is Rawl's pain in the butt.
There could be a diamond in the center of the rock. There could be.
Probably unlikely. That does look like it's either like limestone or granite or something. Not the correct rock to find diamonds.
Maybe you could turn the rock into chalk and then sell it.
I think we need to remove the rock. It would be a major milestone.
Yeah.
But Tish. Destroying the rock requires an investment I'm unwilling to make. I want to get a second. No. Let's look at what it costs. It was the skid steer loader. So I get one for 35,000. Okay, it's not the 55,000 I was saying it was, but it's still a lot. Skid loader tools.
People's opinion of this rock is at rock bottom.
You have 9,000. So we're talking in the mid 40,000s to get a tool, and I don't even know if the tool's going to work. That's the other problem. Is I don't even know if the tool is going to work. Is the real big catch. It may or may not do what we want it to. Some rocks in the game do respect the tool and break, other ones don't, and it's a modded map, so who the heck knows?
If you won't get rid of it, that's a crock.
It's like, go to bed.
Okay, I'll go to bed. I love you the most, though, even more than Zosai does.
That's fine.
Okay,
And I love all of you. I love all of you more than he does. Ah!
She lies. Respect the tool. Alright, so what I'm gonna quickly do is, since we're at this moment, I'm gonna quickly go and grab myself a new drink. I'll be right back. So sorry. But I'm gonna do that while the person figures out how to plow the last road, and I'll be right back. Well done, worker. I am so... I'm going to pretend proud is the word I'm going of you. They got the corner at least. Yep. There's a stump in that field. I have been looking for it and looking for it and looking for it and not finding it. I do ultimately think what I'm going to probably have to do is at some point in time, I have to go back in this field with the mulcher stump grinder. Is the help streamer a good channel to post YouTube links? If it is something relevant to helping with like content creation in the stream or something like that. I guess it depends on what the YouTube link is. Like there's I mean, there's self-promotion, it's a self-promotion thing. The help the streamer is related to anything related to streaming, that's good as well. If it is a random YouTube video, it shows you the rock breaker. Oh, does it show that you can rock break that? Because if we can just confirm it works with that, that's... Oh no, I've used the rock breaker before. Okay, so if we confirmed it does work with that specific, like, the rocks on this specific map is what I'm referring to. Because I've used the rock breaker before. Like, honestly, the first run we did on this, in Farm Sim, I did Silver Run, and we were chopping down trees and breaking rocks left and right. Oh yeah, there's also a Farm Simulator channel. That makes a lot of sense. Well, it's not even that, Soul Adams. Like, I want at the end of the stream, I want a new tile of land. I want tangible progress. Oh, gotcha. So you tested. Yep, that's fine. Because even if I buy it, use it once, and sell it, it's still going to cost me 10-20% of the value. And I can see getting the skid loader and all that. Like, later on, that'll probably be something I actually would potentially want, is a skid loader. They're great for when you have those, like, random one-off things you need to move around. Like, more than likely, I'll probably end up wanting the skid loader to deal with, like, bales for feeding the animal. Alright. Now's where I get to scuff the end of this field, which is why everyone wants me to get the rock breaker. Because what I also don't want to do is I don't want to get in the habit of just breaking every rock I see. To make the entire map just flat. Because to me that won't be as interesting. This one's that break the AI? Well, that's the saying, is if I shorten the field, it won't break the AI anymore. Anytime a rock or any solid obstruction is near the edge of a field, the AI is going to struggle with it. So it was earlier on, when I really just need every last inch of farmland I can, is when we set up this way. And that's when, like, that's what I was talking about when we expand our land. I'm going to just cut away a chunk of this field. Probably to the back of the granary kind of area. Well, the problem is there's more rocks over there. And also, that field is on a separate tile I didn't own at the time I made this field. That tile to the left is an addition. Oh, for the bakery of the van? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So here's my deal. I'm doing No Man's Land, but now you're challenged. I have no problem some money cheating. Oh yeah, well I mean that's the difference between doing a challenge and doing like a different thing. And thank you for those follows. So we get a grass field in a bit. Eventually we will. Probably not right away. The just for the sheep, just tagging those couple of stripes for the grass is way more than I need. Versus, you know, eventually as we get more animals, I will ultimately want, like, when I go to get, like, a proper grass field, I'm going to want to have, like, the big baler, the thing to pick up the bales and all that stuff. Can we move the granary close to the road? No, I actually deliberately want it back because I plan on putting what's effectively a parking lot there. I'm not trying to like min-max my space on the map or anything like that. It's actually a deliberate decision at the time to, you know, leave extra space there. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. Alright, good luck to you. I'm going to try something I already know doesn't work. I'm going to try it anyways, so I can be more productive. I'll get the skid loader and hydraulic tool and try it on my rocks. Let you know if it works. Oh, I think we already had someone do that. So the reason why this probably won't work is the weight of that is so high. It seems to be doing okay. Oh, I didn't... It's fine. I can do the other field while we wait. I actually seem to be doing okay. I remember I tried to do this last time, and I had the issue where if you have something like really heavy on the back, you go turn it, kind of shoves you around. How many likes you want? I mean, you can like it if you want. Likes are definitely appreciated. But yeah, like you'll have it so it'll stop being that the tractor steers it, and it'll be more that the tractor is steered by it because of weight. That's actually going okay. I can do this in the future, because that lets the other tractor sit there doing the plowing while I deal with this. And I am going to have to top off the fertilizer on here. I'm trying to avoid just going under the spigot and saying, fill it, because if I go to do that, it's going to burn through like $20,000, $30,000 in seconds, and while I will certainly use all that fertilizer eventually, I will have something like 5 years worth of fertilizer loaded up in this thing. So not feeling like I need to make that happen. Considering that entire pass was like just barely 2% of the container back here. All right. And then the next in-game month, we get the field seeded as well as fertilized, and that'll be good. They didn't have a smaller version? Well, I wasn't worried about having to, like, before... So the thing is I need to be able to put down lime, is the issue. So I needed something capable of doing fertilizer and lime, and the things I can put down lime is pretty limited in the game. So that's the reason I ended up choosing this one. Was I actually got it for the lime, and then we use it for the fertilizer because we have it. Yeah, so you see how I got, like, swung back and forth there? That's the only issue, is it's a little on the heavy side, so... Sometimes my front tires don't stay on the ground. Like, I could buy a smaller version. Like, they have a version that literally is just a back attachment that you can go real fast with. It's got really good range to it. But, that's just another thing I have to buy, which is the problem with everything, is it's another thing I have to buy. So it's staying focused and being like, here's the next meaningful upgrade, and not getting distracted by all the other things. Alright, I'm not gonna do this yeah, no, we're not gonna do the last stripe right now, because that's gonna overlap to the other field. So what I can do is I can take this up, grab like 4 things of fertilizer, should be way overkill, and start adding to this. You're so bad at that, AI. And then once I top this off and bring it back... Oh, I owe a Lego piece. Yeah, I owe a Lego piece. What's also interesting is... I think because it was less than 100 bits, it didn't get added to the daily bit goal just because of the way... Streamlabs works. So that's something I'll keep in mind. We're actually a little bit higher on bits than that by about 100. It won't matter unless we get like right up to the sub goal. So we had 100 more bits. So I got our part going on the Lego kit, and little by little, it moves along. Someday you'll figure out what it is. You just gotta wait. Streamlabs doesn't do routing. Well, yeah, no, Streamlabs, like, for example, where you can have text-to-speech and all that for bits. Streamlabs is also like, yeah, do not turn on your alerts if it's under 100 bits. Trust us. And I've seen channels where they like any amount of bits, and just someone says it goes bit, like 1 bit at a time, and just blows up the alerts, and you very quickly learn to not allow that. Yeah, I feel like you only use that spigot there if you intend to fully load the fertilizer thing, which later on we certainly will. But at this stage, that's a lot of money. So solid fertilizer. Okay. Goodbye, a whole lot of money. It was nice while I had you. Alright. Let's go load that up. It'll take a minute. Bits, bitties. Yep. Yeah, so I'm thinking if my math is right, we use something like 23 or 25% or something like that to do all of the fields collectively twice. You are correct. Money is there to be spent. You are not wrong, and in this case, it is going to directly get me more money in the immediate future. So now I'm getting shoved around a lot more because it just got heavier. Because this tractor isn't really suited for this. Like, you're seeing I'm like having to fight it. Because this tractor needs a weight to do this correctly. I don't think we're going to get the rest of the field done with this. I'm going to have to use my big blue tractor. I was trying to be productive while the big blue tractor was plowing to get ahead on the fertilizer, but this is super dodgy. I don't think lowering that's going to make it much better either. Yep. This is going to have to be a blue tractor job. We got away with the other one because it was just about empty. So it was much lighter at the time. Alright, so get out of the way. Take it over. Being able to spend money versus not having money to spend? You know, what would you prefer? Yeah. Oh, I'm dying. Okay. Alright, so we only got the last 2 fields to do here. We did manage to get one of the fields mostly fertilized already. And I gotta just touch up the very edge of one field that I just forgot it messes up. That's the one I actually need to get rid of. There's a tree on the end of that one field, and even though it feels like it's really far away, it's still close enough that the AI is like, oh no, tree, we can't get anywhere near that. And has managed to get stuck on that tree, despite it being the tiniest little avoidable tree ever. But that doesn't stop the AI. If there's a tree to get hung up on, by goodness, you will do. Come on. Okay. I'm also curious about that. Like, the bush isn't solid. I shouldn't be avoiding that. We'll have to do cleanup. That'll be a whole thing. I'm pretty sure there's not stuff. I don't remember it missing that spot the last couple times, so I'm not sure what that's about. A lot of that will also get easier when we switch to the cultivator. The cultivator is much better about getting closer to the edge of the fields and all that. When, like, the distance it avoids to avoid conflict is much shorter, versus the plow being at such a weird angle the whole way does create some difficulty with that. All right. Did you all know that DDoS could snow a 5G router? I was not aware. I mean, I could believe it. Wi-Fi signal and cellular signal is very, very susceptible to interference. It's one reasons if you ever have, like, in your house that your internet just keeps randomly dropping, keep in mind where, like, your air conditioning or your microwave or your water heater or any other high-powered device turns on, especially if it's between you and your wireless access point. All of those will straight up just demolish your wireless signal. The interference is just way too much for it. Because especially, like, a lot of houses that have, like, central air, for example, they have the air handler in the middle of their house. Any of the devices on the opposite side of the house usually struggle. No, I could see something like that, that it's just something's messing with it. I wouldn't imagine snow would create, like, a signal echo or something like that. But you never know. There's all sorts of, like, weird things that can mess with the, mess with signal. Like, things you wouldn't think about, like, The humidity in the air has a significant impact on signal. Temperature can have an impact on signal. Now, I'm not saying turn on or off your AC to get better signal in your home. Like, it's nothing like that. It's just, sometimes you'll be, like, in more extreme climates going, why is there Wi-Fi crap? It's like, well, actually, your Wi-Fi is crap because wireless signal gets screwed up real bad by this. Some of those, it actually just makes it better than your normal room temperature. But just be very not cost-effective and impractical to deal with. Yeah, so these two stripes it didn't do. That tree. Wire barrel and wireless? Yeah, when you have the choice, you should always go wired. That said, it's not always a viable choice. But while interference still exists on wired, it's a lot more predictable and a lot easier to avoid. You know, running a high voltage set of cables past a data cable can start messing with it. But you're usually talking more than you're going to see in a residential home for that kind of a problem. Yeah, no, fiber optics don't end up dealing with much in the way of interference. That's one of their main advantages. Is there's no electromagnetic... Like, in theory, you might be able to reach a level of electromagnetic interference to mess with it, even though it is just light. But that's probably as in, it's messing up everything around it. But it wouldn't be a realistic concern. But yeah, getting a fiber optic network, wired up in your home, yeah, that's overkill. That is a huge expense. And you're gonna hook it up to, you're gonna have your router, and that might be able to handle, like, take advantage of it. But then you're gonna have that modem. That poor modem's gonna be like, oh yeah, you want your 100 megabyte up, or your 100 megabyte down? Well, that fiber's going to waste. Even gig up, gig down fiber, you're still kind of wasting the potential. Not to mention, that would be a far more likely thing to change over time. Like, going from, like, Cat 5 to Cat 6, a lot of your hardware stays the same and all that. But, fiber for residential use isn't really a thing. So I could totally see some company coming up with some standard for home fiber that is its own thing, and now you've got fiber in your home, but it's the wrong fiber. I was hoping that angle would be better. We'll go the other way with it. Let's see. Well, you think you're waiting 2 years now for your network provider to connect you with fiber network? Well, that's to your house, which is very different from inside your house. And even with that, they won't probably have like the full network. It's downstairs. Well, right, but that's still going to connect to somewhere else. And it, like having that connection anywhere else really does. Well, actually, so you're saying like there's fiber coming in, but is it set up to be able to handle that? Because that's usually where you run into the infrastructure cost problems that you hear about is, they can get fiber to your home, but the next node up to the network or whatever doesn't have enough to support fiber to that many homes, so it has to be built out more. And then the next one has to be built out more. It ends up being this whole major overhaul. It's not excusing how long it takes them. Like, I will definitely say ISPs are notorious for just not putting in the time. The problem is it isn't in your utility closet. Gotcha. I mean, if the main trunk that you've got going in can handle it and they just haven't moved it there, then yeah. I never really understood, in a lot of cases, why ISPs are so bad about that stuff. Like, I mean, in your case, if it's in your building, it's not the ISP, it's the property owner. I mean, it could be the ISP, but it's probably the property owner. Because usually once a network comes into the building, it's no longer the ISP's job. The ISP takes it up to the wall, and anything past there is your responsibility. What was that? That's something about cut. Live for power 2, but instead they cut your internet speed down? Oh, that's no fun. Yeah. The Senator said AT&T rebuilt the wired network in your area with fiber optic after Hurricane Irma. And it had all rebuilt anyways. Yeah, no, it was before Irma, but it was the same thing here where I'm at in Central Florida. Is they it wasn't only AT&T. There's a couple of them that the area is starting to become a bit of a tech hub. So there was a lot of demand for better internet connections, and that did drive like we had some other competitors move into the area because they saw, you know, a business opportunity. And suddenly AT&T was like, "Oh, wait, we can get fiber too." Which I had switched away from whatever they're calling themselves now, Bright House, Time Warner Cable. You know, they change their name every couple years because they figure like they can get away from their incredible negative press for how bad their customer service often is. But they still have been popping by all the time, being like, "Hey, you know, we could offer you a special deal if you switch back to us," that kind of thing. Like they'll do the house-to-house thing, which I get super pissed about because a whole mess of reasons. But on top of those reasons, it's like, one, this is a no-soliciting neighborhood. I will call the police. Get the hell out. But on top of that, it's also those things that they're like, "Oh, but you have to do it like right now. I have to sign you up," kind of thing. It's like, uh-huh. You've already lost me. Like, if you're doing the high-pressure tactic of I have to react right now without considering it or doing the math, I know why you're doing that. You're, like, I will not do business with you on principle. It used to be I'd say, "Okay, do you gig up and down?" And they're like, "No." And then you should, like close the door. It's like, "Come back when you do." The last time I was like, "Actually, we do now." It's like, okay. Oh, yeah, I remember. Because they're like, they do a gig up and down. Like, okay, all right, I'm willing to hear you out. Like, normally that was my dismiss. Like, you do it both up and down? Sure, let's hear it. They're like, "Oh yeah, it's only like $60 a month or $50 a month or whatever the heck it was." And I'm like, "Okay, but what is it after, like, your short time promotion?" "Oh no, that's just the price." It's like, okay, no bundles, no nothing. What is the final price? It's like, "No, that's it. Like, after this thing, you know." Like, you know, yeah, it's like that on the introductory rate. I'm like, "Well, what's it after the introductory rate?" And I was doing this, like, walk around that very clearly he didn't want to say the amount. And then he finally came forward, like, the amount. I'm like, "Okay, it doesn't even matter if I wanted to, because you raked me over the coals with the high pressure things. Like, I'm frankly pissed off at you right now, so you can just leave." It's like, I was like, I'm asking an honest question. It's like, very clear there's a temporary promotion. What happens after the promotion? I don't want to deal with this. Like, I don't care I don't care if it's a good deal or not. I know I'm going to get stuck with a ticket on the other side of it, and I don't want to deal with changing ISPs every year to maintain it. What's the final price? And it was terrible. But even if it hadn't been terrible, it would have been 100% like, nah, man, you're giving me the okie doke walk around. I'm going to not do business with you on principle. The Tequila is saying, high-pressure tactics just make you shut down. Car salesmen tried to do that recently. So they bought somewhere else. Oh, yeah, and that's the whole thing. Like, the moment you get to that high pressure, it's like, oh, no, you got to do it now. You got to do it this thing. You got to whatever. It's like, no. It's like, even if you're giving me, like, the best deal ever, I'm going to tell you no. Because I've been a salesman. I know why people do those type of tactics, and I am not down with it. Like, that is how you scam people, because you don't give them a chance to look at, you know, shop around or anything else. And I get it. It makes sales. Like, it makes numbers. It's in the company and the salesman's best interest to do it. But for me, seeing what it is, like, no, I simply absolutely will not. He puts up with the company complaining, whining they can't afford to upgrade infrastructure. That does happen. Lexus, that's why you like Xfinity. They don't beat around the bush when asked for the price after their promotions. So, like, I'm not a huge fan of AT&T, but at least for everything I've seen with them, they are straightforward about that. That it's like, okay, here is the price. It's that price for your first year, and then it's this price. And I'm not saying I'm necessarily happy with a lot. Like, they do a lot of things I'm not a super big fan of, but at least I can figure out what the I'm supposed to be paying at the end. And I understand they're like, oh, it's a promotional price. Is AT&T part of Xfinity now? I have no idea. I have come to accept every one of those companies that got split apart over all the years are just going to go back into one super company, defeating the entire point. Yeah, I'll say, yeah. Xfinity is Comcast, right. I've come to accept eventually Comcast and AT&T will be one company. Even though they shouldn't be allowed to, ever. I am very... no mergers. If you own more than like 10% of market share, no mergers allowed. I mean, outside by AT&T, because that's relevant to me. With me talking about dealing with people, that was that wasn't the one who did the high sales. That was, like I said, Bright House, Time Warner, whatever the crap they call themselves this each day of the week. Because they get like on the top 10 worst companies list, and then they sit there and they change their name, and then they get confused why people are like still mad at them. They haven't done it in a while, to be fair, but they were doing that cycle for a while of they would have a company name, it'd last for like 3, 4, 5 years, and then they'd get rid of it for another company name. And it wasn't like, you know, they merged into another company in most cases. It was very clearly like their brand had been so poisoned that they're like, oh, we gotta rebrand. And I think they just gave up. Edward says, the fun thing about this new network entering the market is the current provider is throwing a fit in trying to educate their customer base, stating their network is fiber, right up to the point where it hops onto the coax into their customer's home. That happens. Usually, though, that still gives you, like, a gig up and down kind of thing. Well, because it's also, like, usually it'll be something like it's fiber all the way up, and then it hits their network device, and they have, cheapy Cat, like, nothing wrong with Cat 5 cable. It's perfectly good. It will handle a gig. But they'll have, like, the cheapy, they bought it on discount from Amazon Cat 5 cable that isn't spec'd out correctly at all and really won't support a gig because it's not to spec. I believe they've gotten better about that. I remember there's a whole big thing for a long time on Amazon that half the cables would be like, this is a cable that does XYZ. It's like, it's a USB whatever, and it was just a horribly under-spec'd budget version of the cable that won't even do what it's supposed to do. Now, granted, what I've seen a lot of fiber doing around here, it'll be fiber up to their node that comes to their hardware, like, in the air, like, on your property. So it'll be fiber to there, and there'll be a Cat 6 line going in, which, again, that's fine. You're going to be going down to Cat inside the building. You're still going to get your gig up and down. You know, sure, it'd be nice for them to run fiber throughout the whole thing. But you know, if they did, like, fiber to, like, the back of your computer to, like, a local switcher house, everyone would move that thing around and just break the fiber line. Like, even if I could have, like, inside my own... Yeah, no, I'm turning around to deal with it. Even if I could have fiber inside my own home, I wouldn't set that up. As someone who's run fiber, I wouldn't set that up. The Rock tried to sabotage you? Yep. You didn't miss the giant boulder. You are correct. Oh, you got way more distance. Okay. I mean, I did that to myself. I should have slowed down. That's you ran Cat 5 or Cat 6 wires for your you and your dad's computers? Yep. Now that's actually one of the things that's tricky is like a lot of tech, it's okay, very clearly you get the higher number one, it's better. With the Cat 5 and 6, it's complicated. Both can be better depending on your circumstance. Now, granted, if you have either and it's not a bad circumstance, it's fine. But even people will be like, what's better for home use? It's like, it depends. But honestly, the better isn't that relevant because you're going to get to your modem and your modem's not going to be able to outperform the line, so not typically, at least. Or even then, like, a lot of times the port on your back of your computer, unless you're getting, like, some really fancy motherboard, which, if you're getting a gaming motherboard, usually will support it, that'll end up being a bottleneck on your thing, not the cable. It's some reasons why you haven't seen, like, a lot of adoption for a lot of these specs in home usage. It's just the cable isn't the limiting factor. It's the other hardware. I also love when you'd have your buddy who's like, hey man, like, I'm so excited, I got my new line in your house. They're like, oh cool. Yeah, I got a new Cat 6 line. They're like, oh really, you're running Cat 6 in your house? Yeah. I was like, did you get cable just to the wall, or did you, like, replace the cable in your walls? And they look at you, it's like, yeah, you know it's in your walls, right? It's Cat 5. So getting that line didn't do anything. You literally just put the two cables together, and you're gonna get the worst performance out of both of them. Oh yeah, no, running cables into your wall, that becomes a complicated question between the Cat 5, Cat 6 arguments. Because with a lot of the stuff with Cat 5, you can actually make it so it's a bit better against interference and stuff like that than you can with Cat 6. Now, Cat 6 does have a lot of benefits. So you have to take into consideration, like, the interference, the length of your runs, and yada, yada, yada. Now, granted, in most use cases, either will work fine. Like, either you're going to get good performance, it doesn't really matter. But, where you can have better response times with some of them, you can have better throughput with others, depending on the conditions, yada, yada, yada. That's one of the reasons why it kind of sucks with those ones, is because it's, like, if it's Cat 3 versus 6, it's like, you get Cat 6. If it's Cat 3 versus 5, you get 5. But Cat 5 and 6, it's just like, oh, come on. So, running it in your walls, Cat 6 is significantly more expensive than 5, and you usually won't get a major benefit between the two in most circumstances. So, like, even running in the wall, it's like, oh, we're up to Cat 8 already? Oh, no. If you see Cat 7 and Cat 8 listed, those are lies. That's a scam. You can't buy Cat 7 and 8 right now. Not hardware and everything else that goes with it. There's like a niche manufacturing of it, but that, it says, and you get shielded cables if you have too much money. So shielded cables make sense in very specific scenarios. Like if you are going to have to run a cable through an area where you know there's going to be interference, do it. If you are running it through an area where there's going to be like no interference, you're just like in the open air in your attic, you don't need shielded cables. It's not good. There's going to be no meaningful interference up there. You're fine. But like if you're going by, your AC handler, your main inline and outlines of your home or something, that section maybe gets shielded. Even honestly there, like residential, it probably still won't matter. They were short runs, 60 foot with run. Yeah, then Cat 6 is probably your better choice. Ignore like, if we all things equal price-wise, then that is technically more suited for Cat 6 than Cat 5, because it's usually around the longer cables is where Cat 6 starts to really fall off. Andrew says, well, they're claiming speeds of 60 or 40 gigabytes per second, and those speeds, I would go with fiber, since if I need those speeds, I probably want the ability to upgrade. Technobabble makes my head hurt. But yeah, no, if you see advertised on Amazon that you can buy a Cat 7 or a Cat 8 cable, to give you a clear, like for those who don't even catch what we're talking about, with network cables, whether they're in the wall or not, they're rated based on the type of cable they are, and they come in Cat 3, Cat 5, Cat 6. And generally speaking, Cat 3 is like a telephone line, like your regular old school, usually flat telephone line. Cat 5, it comes in a bunch of colors, but it's your regular network cable. If you don't know what you have, there's almost like a 95% chance it's a Cat 5 line. And then Cat 6 is a slightly faster, well, it has the potential to be faster, but is less capable of having longer runs. There's a bunch of nuance to it, which is the reason why it ends up being so much of a pain about what should I get, and it's like a really big depends, because it isn't strictly about money. There is pros and cons. Oh yeah, and then you have like Cat 5, Cat 5A, Cat 6, Cat 6A, and that has its own benefits and negatives. Usually for the most part though, the specialized ones are just better ones. Your parents had Cat 7 cables lay in their walls. A bit redundant considering no higher than Cats. Well, that's the thing. If I double check, and maybe things have changed, when you could find the Cat 7 cable that you could buy on Amazon, it's not the like official standards and anything. Like those, they don't make those because there's no devices that support Cat 7, and we're not expecting devices to support Cat 7. Like that's the whole problem. It's effectively a scam in the sense that you're buying a label that means nothing. Because for all purposes, hardware hasn't even caught up to Cat 6 yet, what it's capable of doing. Outside of going directly to fiber, like commercial grade hardware. The OG Mass says, my 25 foot and under cable are Cat 6, we were 25 foot and over or Cat 5. Yeah. But it's been a thing that I imagine our next jump in networking isn't going to be just a slightly better copper line. Yeah, no, that's the thing. You'll see Cat 9 and it's just, yeah, no, they're all, like, that's the whole thing. They're not real. You can buy it. and they have like talks about paperwork to support it being a thing, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, so Cat 5e, which is like the highest throughput Cat 5 line, handles 2.5 gigabytes per second. But yeah, so if you know someone who's bought Cat 7 cable, they've got scammed. They've got scammed. That's what's happened, is they've got scammed. Now, it doesn't mean they got a bad cable. It could just be a Cat 6 cable that has been like relabeled or whatever. But it's not supported by anything. It is the unfortunate reality. They were one of the ones that when they were going around, Amazon was bonking them, getting rid of them, but they kept popping up. Right, but the question is, Mellow Murmur, is that like an actually officially recognized standard that is being produced and, you know, going with the standard? Or is that, like, because I haven't kept up, that might be a thing. Or is that, you know, someone has slapped a label on it saying, you know, this is a standard, our own proprietary thing? Because that was the problem we had before, was it wasn't an actual thing. But usually when you're getting up to that, instead of going to, like, again, a copper line, you just switch over to fiber. Like, that's where fiber steps in. And you just deal with fiber because it makes more sense. Because that's what data centers use for their backbone, is you have fiber lines going down all your main stuff, and then it goes out of those switches from the fiber lines to the Cat 6 lines to, you know, from the switch to the servers. There's no playing Cat 8, there's Cat 8, 8.1 and 8.2. I would still say, if you were someone in a residential situation and someone's telling you a Cat 8 line, you're being scammed. Even if it's a legit cable, you're still being scammed. Because none of the hardware around you is going to be able to support it for likely ever. More than likely, we'll have a new standard before it even has that. I would much more believe you're going to have other standards will have. I still don't know why would you go with like Cat, like a higher Cat versus fiber when you reach those points either. Like a military, I could see it because you're dealing with situations where it has to be hardened and yada yada yada. And a copper line is way more reliable so far as dealing with abuse than a fiber line. But at home, I wouldn't imagine we're going to be seeing to your house just available, you know, 10, 20 gigabyte per second connections anytime soon. Because look at the cable section. They had meters of cables left. It looks very solid. Better than 6A, but I can't say how much faster it might be. It might just be 6A because I have no setup to test it. Well, right. It also could very well. Actually, I don't need to use this. I need to use the cedar. But that, there you go. Like, no, wrong. It could be some solid 6A that, you know, they've labeled as higher. So I checked. It's 6A, 16 gigabytes. Should be its rated max. Yep. Which like I said, I'm willing to bet for home use, we're not going to be seeing much higher speeds for a long time. I would love, well, I mean, Honestly, it wouldn't even matter if you got that much higher speeds because none of the networks support it, none of the servers. I don't even want to think about what happened to like websites like Twitch or something if suddenly they had to support, you know, full-on max HD. Like the data costs would be absolutely like astronomical. So I think like the economics behind it are going to be the thing that prevent that from being anything anytime soon. All right. Like the other thing to think about is like even today we are still struggling to get people over like 30-40 megabit per second in most areas, and even like the really bougie areas are barely hitting 1 gigabyte per second available. A lot of them you can get some higher, like especially in our parts of the world, but it's a whole lot of spending on something that's not going to be anytime soon. It'll happen eventually, or it might not if we just don't see a need for it, but it'll happen eventually there. But the point is Cat 6 covers everything, so there's no pressure to improve that part of the network. I've had Cat 6, especially if it's shielded Cat 6, that is a bear to flex. That's kind of one of the things, like, the plastic they make the outer part isn't part of the standard and all that. That can have a lot of variation. Like I said, I'm not saying it's bad cable. Like that's the whole thing. It's usually good cable. They just advertise it as something it's not. Put a label on it. .8.1 is for 25 to 45 gigabytes per sec. Pretty sure, pretty much data center thing. Yeah, I hear that, and I agree, but I don't know. Like maybe I haven't kept up with my data center stuff. But for the most part, when you're starting to like try and push those speeds, you just switch to fiber. Like usually what happens when you look at your individual switches, your main bus switches, they will have a port or two along one of the sides that'll be fiber optic to connect them to like the next switches, to the other switches, and then you'll end up having the individual switches that talk to your servers, because the servers aren't going to be able to support those kind of speeds, you know, reading and writing most of the time. That what you'll end up doing is you'll have a you know, Cat 6 or whatever line to your switch or to your server. SFP ports. Yep, and you'll have like the one master fiber switch that connects your switches. I mean, per bank or whatever. Melmer says you looked it up, and whoa, Category 8 Class E, i.e., Cat 8.2 standard exists, but yeah, for most people it's probably won't be able to tell the difference between Cat 6A require and more requiring standards like Cat 7, Cat 6. Yeah. But it's all messed up because in the automotive industry there are different sub-standards, and Cat 6E is 10 times slower and still uses the name Cat 6 in its base name. Oh yeah, no, it's a whole mess of things. Like when it was just Cat 3 and Cat 5, it wasn't a big deal because it was phone line versus network cable. And then you only had to worry about, is it an RJ11 or an RJ45 connector, which again is RJ11 is your phone end, your 6-pin phone end, and RJ45 is your 8-pin like network, like your regular network cable end. But then they started doing this whole thing, well, it's like, well, it fits this standard, but this is the one that you can run at longer lengths, and then there's this one, and you can do that, and then, you know, Cat 6 came out, and, you know, it kind of overlapped as well, and it was just, you kind of sit there, it's like, why did you make any of these the way you did? Yeah, no, Cat 3 to Cat 5, that's the thing. That makes sense. It was a different cable. It had a different number of wires running in the cable. It had different specifications of what it could handle. It had a different end to it and everything. And then Cat 5 started to kind of muddy it, but there was a little bit of there was a little bit of reason. And then Cat 6 was like, okay, like, this is kind of just the better version of it. Like, so far as speed at the cost of capable length, and you're just kind of like wanting to pull your hair out. It's like, why are you making this so complicated? Yeah. My big stance is if someone's looking to rewiring their house, would I recommend they spend a boatload of money to get like Cat 7 or Cat 8 or something like that? No. Like, it's been what? How long have they been actually moving out Cat 6 to residential use? 15 years? And it's still not even mainstream yet? You're not gonna have to worry about it anytime soon. I actually didn't check the sales. So you get a very small plow. Not enough horsepower for us to use. But that. What if you want a home server? Honestly, most likely running your home server, even Cat 5 is gonna be more than you need. Your ISP is going to be your bottleneck, not your home cable. What was I going to look for? Oh, I was going to check on the animals. This is the not right screen. This is the screen I want. I want to make sure animals' food and water was all there. Like all good. So we're good. I mean, you could need speed in your house. And I know it's the whole meme of you'll never need over a certain amount of kilobytes of memory or whatever. And I know that meme's out there. But very genuinely, your computer's not likely going to support that kind of connection speed internal to your home. And then also, like, even movie files, like even like the highest definition ones aren't anywhere near that. And that's going to be a whole thing about getting a lot of the bigger companies to turn around and adopt it widespread is going to be a huge pushback because there's no money in it for them. Like, I'm not saying it won't happen eventually. Oh, not this nonsense. That's parked too close. Good enough for me. It's perfect. You need 40 gigabytes per second in your house to throw a sickest Doom LAN party. Yeah, the monkey's saying, ISPs where I am are still handing out routers without gigabit, and I don't think we'll move past RJ45 for a long time. Right. I mean, the big part of it is we haven't had a consumer need to do so. Like, there isn't a thing that we're running into problems where consumers just have not been able to do. When we start running into that, that would be a pressure that would potentially start getting, you know, advances there. But right now, because all of the bottlenecks on performance have nothing to do with the cables in your wall or the connectors on your stuff. Like, granted, a gigabyte connector, that actually is going to be a pain point for you if you're under a gig. As far as your actual your device's ports able to handle it, that's a problem. We can absolutely do that nowadays. But like, you're not going to find your home modem and ISP are doing 10 gigabytes per second. We haven't run into anything because the servers on the ends of like Steam and all that aren't going to let you have those speeds either. So it just, there's not that pressure. Now we get into a future that something is happening where we do have those pressures. There's that whole thing. The email member says, to be honest, a well-designed and programmed Wi-Fi setup will probably give you the highest data rate and possibly even the lowest competitive latency for most people, unless you have steel and reinforced bunker. I mean, why? I'm sorry. Like, Wi-Fi won't keep up with a cable line, but you know, most... Oh, I actually need that. One thing you'd love to see is EU enforce the USB-C. Is forcing ISPs to use bytes instead of bits. Agreed. That way, we're on the same thing. So, like, what speed can this hard drive write? What speed is the internet connection? What speed am I moving? So, like, all of it just have the same units. It's all data transfer. Having the unit that's like 8 times more than the other is so annoying. Oh no, you can get faster connections from like business lines and all that in very few places. But it's not going to matter because, like, for example, Twitch doesn't accept a 2-3 gigabyte per second connection from you. Twitch will tell you to kindly take that and walk. Like, that's even with a gigabyte, which I would not step back down from a gigabyte. Even at a gigabit connection, you almost never hit anywhere near the amount, because even downloading games, if I do start to hit any meaningful amount on the connection, the game wouldn't take very long to download. There's no server who's going to host me the file at that speed. You know, we're back in the days of, like, torrents or something, maybe. But that's a thing you don't see anymore on that much of a level. There's equivalents. There are games that they'll do almost a torrent setup where you are effectively downloading the game from other players as you're playing to kind of offload the weight. And this doesn't mean it's like, nah, you could keep that old-timey connection. It's good. No, it's just very genuinely. Yeah, so I'm saying, I pay for a gigabyte connection. Why is my speed 300 megabytes? Well, it's gigabit. Yup. Yup. But they get to put big number bigger if they use the other number. Even though big number smaller. It's like being paid in a pile of nickels versus a pile of pennies. It's like, okay. What else are we doing? So we already stacked that. We got that sorted. I was going to try and see if I can't fight with the fertilizers and all that. You get 300 megabytes on a gigabit connection? Nope. Not unless it's running a little on the fast side. It truly is upsetting. So what I was going to do is I've noticed there's 2 stumps I'm aware of that we can get rid of. Taking a minute to find them. One is around here. There it is. I see it. It's over by where the rocks are. But a friend of something once and he gave you 500 pennies. Nice. So we got one tree stump over here. There you are. Did I get it? Because that's one of the big negatives of this tractor doing the tree stump grinding. I actually can't move and run at the same time, but it can work. I just have to put it on top. There's the other one I know I've been seeing. I definitely got that one. I thought there was one way over here on the end. There you are. Cool. We got rid of those tree stumps. Yeah, and that's always the thing that you run into, is they have the max posted speed that you can get. You never really know what you get with that. Yeah, often the client is the bottleneck, and if not that, the server you download from might not support nowadays. Modern super high internet speed anyways. Unless it's professionally set up and managed by some big tech folks. Any time you try to download anything really on Windows, it's severely limited compared to my Steam Deck. That one though, whoa, was quite surprised by the bandwidth. Gotcha. Yeah, no, so it's not Windows that's a slowdown, because Windows doesn't care when it comes to the internet speed. But yeah, no, it's usually a thing like the port on your motherboard doesn't handle the higher speed, or the ISP doesn't handle the higher speed. I'm just grinding these stumps so hey, the follow. Welcome to stream. Yep. And then there's all sorts of, like, behind the scenes on the ISP, even though you get the connection, there's throttling, but they turn off the throttling for places like the testing the speed type websites and all that, so that you still get the reported numbers and all sorts of nonsense that happens. It's super annoying. You have a killer headache? I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better. Bye, little chunk of tree. I'll find you again someday when I at least want to. I'm basically letting the planter do their thing and just grinding up stumps. I know I need to do it eventually. I've been putting it off. I'm missing things. All right. Oh yeah, I'm not chopping down more trees. It's literally I'm just going through all these stumps I never bothered to clean up. While the big tractor's over there doing the cedar for me. Okay. Did you try to find stumps in the field? I didn't see them. We've looked a bunch of times. So this one, because I especially can't run it while moving with the little tractor, I have to use the big tractor. And it's reverse. Like, weirdly, I can go forward with it running. But this is me trying to go in reverse. It's just a thing. It makes it way harder just, like, go out in the field and, like, wave it around and look for it. I also notice it doesn't seem to find it every time. It seems to be only when it plows, so I'm not even sure it is a tree stump. It could literally be just something with the AI struggling with the plow. Because like with the cedar, we don't have a big spot missing over there. The cedar's having no problems whatsoever. If it was a stump, the cedar should also have problems. Alright, we're getting pretty close to having that all wrapped. Not seeing very many stumps anymore. There's probably more in there, but for a quick first pass, it seems pretty good. Just gonna drop you right here. It'll be needed there next. Yeah, so I think it's just the AI struggling with the plow kind of thing, not really anything actually related to the tree stumps kind of business. I'm pretty sure there must be something with SteamOS, like maybe it's better code or optimize the network driver, as such as is with tandem with memory buffer. I haven't delved into that because it's not a nuisance to me, you just odd notice. The Windows machine seems to be easily overloaded with massive data availability on the network somehow. SteamOS, so realistic, what I'm going to guess, Mellow Murmur, is the actual thing, is I'm probably willing to bet that Steam itself has a limitation on how fast you're allowed to download stuff through Steam, but they deliberately do not include their handhelds to make the handhelds much better, which isn't like even a nefarious thing, but I would assume it's just something like that, because again, it isn't like Windows doesn't just like artificially slow or impact the data connection, and most of the data stuff related to Windows is going to be going through like your drivers and whatever, you know, or your browser. Try and make this work, but like I totally believe it's faster, but that's the thing that people have done before in the past. Like for example, a lot of times you'll have with networks that throttle, they'll take whatever their newest fanciest thing is and they'll exclude it from the throttling to make it seem even faster. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they gave priority to their handheld. You remember token rings and terminators? Uh-huh. Do I want to remember? Not really. I could go with not remembering, please. Do you remember having to go and have your SCSI drives and having to make sure you probably terminate all of them too? Uh-huh. Do I want to do it? Not really. Was it the worst thing in the world? No. But it's much, much easier to just plug in a hard drive and be done with it. Which, because it was just a cabled standard, it was typically used mostly for server stuff, but also tech enthusiasts sometimes would use SCSI as well. SCSI is also SCSI. Milmer says, oh, it's kind of not a thing to do, but I'm pretty sure that there's some issue with caching in your Windows machine. Not saying it has to do with Windows OS. They just happen to be my regular work machines without a lot of extra effort put into optimize them settings. Oh, if you're talking about work computers, you never can tell what the heck they're doing in the back end. And I say this as someone who worked in IT, that there's a lot of times your employers will put a bunch of stuff in there that are super annoying. No, not corporate machines? Oh, okay. You recall saying jumpers for IRQ and port ranges? Mm-hmm. Good old IRQ conflicts between, usually it was like your sound card and your modem. And when it happens, your computer would blue screen due to a hardware conflict and shut down. Which wasn't even like a Windows thing, it was just straight up your whole computer would be like, nope. Because the actual computer's like information, you're basically what an IRQ was saying, hey, it's like, it's my turn to talk to this device, and they were arguing about which device had the name, and so your computer's like, I don't know what to do with this. Do you remember pushing a hard drive back and forth between two DOS machines because one of them had a broken floppy and there's no way to getting DOS error? Yeah, I remember doing some weird shenanigans about like using one computer to set up the other because it was missing something I needed, and it was a whole thing. Oh. And it was your brother formatting the hard drive of the machine without working floppy. So I had to sit in the attic to fix it. All right. So we are managing to jump between, you know, all that. I also remember going into DOS games and you have to do stuff like you'd have the low version of the installation file because the install had graphics to it and your computer couldn't handle it at the time. Like, I want the installation without graphics to it. My potato can't handle your two-dimensional pixel graphics. They're too much. Remember, I had to take a network driver to a friend on a USB stick because it's broken and couldn't get the drivers to download? Yup. The number of times, like right when we were switching to SATA, which is like the thin ribbon versus the big fat ribbon that you see back in the day, and the number of times you would go to build a new computer and it didn't come with the drivers for your hard drive, and you couldn't get online because, you know, you didn't have a hard drive. Well, it's actually, you couldn't communicate with the SATA ports on the motherboard. And so you have to like find another computer to go download the drivers and then figure out how the heck you could get this thing to boot up to load in. Yeah, SATA drive. Yeah, that you can get it to boot in onto that SATA drive to then install Windows and do anything. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Linux can still be a pain if your computer has niche Wi-Fi hardware. Yeah. Oh, you have like the tiniest amount of wheat in there. I forgot about that. You did some micro cleanup. Hey, Lottie, how's it going? Man, I remember, it's like, and it happened each time they had like a major move forward. Like, that's the same thing, it happened to NVMe as well, which is where you have hard drives that look like a, you know, a memory stick as opposed to a hard drive. But with those first showing up, you have a lot of times you go set the computer first time and getting the drivers and all that. Wasn't that PATA or ATA at the time, and SATA is fairly new? Well, so SATA's not new now, but SATA was new. Like, SATA's been around since 2000-ish. I'd give or take somewhere around there that you'd start seeing a lot of people using it. Somewhere around there the switchover started to happen. Like, be off by a couple of years or whatever. I don't remember what you called the old ribbon hard disk. It may be ATA. Or no, I think you're right, PATA. For the big fat ribbons. 2003? Yeah, it sounds about right. Last year, Astrid saw an OS on the machine who couldn't even pose, and I told them before that I don't know hardware. IDE. Yeah, that's right. IDE was the name I usually knew it by. It was the big fat, it's usually like gray ribbon. Sometimes they come in like black or other colors, but it's like usually a big fat gray ribbon with a plug that was like 25 pins on an end or whatever. You'd have people who are trying to make their computers have better cooling, so they'd take those ribbons and they'd actually slice down the lanes and then wrap them up. I always looked at that as like, okay, I get the wrapping them up, but like where you'd slice down the lanes to separate it, it's like, no, oh, like don't get me wrong, the cable's cheap, no one cares. 40 pins. Okay, yeah, I don't remember. Uses the big fat connection I put to my peripherals like hard drives and CD-ROM drives. You still have some of those in the box behind you? I'm sorry. Do they even make hard drives that still use that connect? I mean, not do they. Like, do hard drives even come with those connectors? I don't remember seeing those connectors on my hard drives lately. Which makes sense, because you're setting up a brand new computer with them. Why? Oh, right. I need to fill this up with water. So I probably have some IDE cables sitting around. The wires in the 80 pins were flimsy at times. Yeah. Oh, no, I know a couple of people who bent pins on their IDE cables. Like, where they plug it into the hard drive, they bent the pin on the hard drive. IDE hard drives quickly vanish after ATA kind of thing. Yeah, and that was what I thought, is like, for a while you had both were available. They'd have like the one and then have the other one next to it. And then I'm pretty sure they just got rid of it pretty quickly afterwards, which is the correct decision. Like, don't get me wrong, the SATA cables, like, they also have, like, some things are a little bit annoying with them, especially when you have, like, you know, shove your hand around stuff to try and connect it. But, they're just better. They're faster and everything. Yeah, optical drives took longer to switch over. But it also doesn't matter as much because optical drives... Like, already a lot of computers stopped coming with optical drives lately. Not even lately. It's been a while that more and more computers are just not coming with an optical drive because... When you buy games, like, you don't even... Like, if you buy a game in the store now, they give you a box, it usually doesn't even come with a CD. It comes with a code. You go online, you type in your key and all that. Motherboard manufacturer weren't happy about supporting IDE anyways. I actually have no idea. Like, that was, like, don't get me wrong, I did a lot of the work in that, but I wasn't really aware of, like, the various things that companies were dealing with and things were dealing with. Oh, yeah. Because they're just big fat cables. Yeah, so saying those connectors take up a lot of real estate to put on a 4x6 on a board. Yep. I always remember it was like a big thing for me back around like 2000, that time frame, where I'd always want, these hard drives, not these hard drives, these motherboards that would end up having like, I can't think of how many different like expansion slots to them that you were like, no, I need my my PCI Express slots. I need my PC, or it wasn't even PCI. What was the thing that predated PCI? There was or PCI Express, not PCI. I mean, PCI was ISA. Then you had PCI, and then it was like AGP or something like that. Was the old video card drive, the old video card slot. Yeah, so you'd have an AGP slot. The big old is usually brown for your video card. So it's trying to snag a computer that have 2 AGP slots, something like 8 PCI slots, and you might try and get like 1 ISA out of fear of needing one. And I remember I tried to always get all the PCI slots I could, because your modem would need one, your sound card would need one. If you got like a physics card later on, you would need one. If you wanted to have USB ports, not extra USB ports, just USB ports, you had to get one. A lot of times if you want a game port, you'd need one. Oh, those were days. I'm not gonna say they're good old days. They were days. They existed. The whole slots layout was a reason I'm drooling at the thought of obtaining a Threadripper. Well, that's the thing. Like back in the day, that's the way I did every one of my computers. Was like I would have, you know, 8 PCI slots, and if it was like you're like, oh man, it'd be like this full server motherboard and everything. And nowadays, like, yeah, I got like 3. I don't really care. So I got my videos, my video card ones, and I got like the 3 extras. It's fine. I'm not gonna need those. I'll get one for like extra USB slots maybe, and Don't use them all, so it's fine. But so you think you struggled with IDE cables and SAT being a new thing for the best deals? Imagine the 2000s decade Denmark tech retail is holding so much outdated inventory. That didn't surprise me. Oh yeah, I learned for the last time not to do that because I am close enough now. Now I gotta pick up the bread. So I gotta scooch forward. So we don't pick up the bread. And I kick this out over here. So I gotta circle back to where the bread is with this. One of the most useful sayings you came across is, may your day be as nice as you are, as be both a blessing and a curse at the same time. Yep. I like that. I know I've heard that before. I didn't really think about it much. The Night Dweller says, yeah, the current motherboards are nice and all, but leave a little room for equipment since you can quickly be limited due to only having so many PCIe lanes. Yeah, that's just the thing. I haven't needed nearly as many as I used to. Because like I said, it used to be, your sound card was a separate thing you'd get. You'd have, like every other device needed its own thing. And nowadays, like I get extra USB ports kind of thing, and it's usually not even I need that more ports. It's the fact that like the bus on itself can't handle it, so you have to get the extra card to get, more bus. Because you'll overwhelm the PCI bus, or not PCI, the USB bus on your motherboard, because they're just not... They're not really meant to do a lot. Alright. Yeah, that's exactly the same thing. Between stuff becoming integrated parts of your motherboard or going to USB, the need for PCI Express slots has like been massively reduced. I'm getting thrown around still. Or you used to need to get a network card separate. That was another one you needed a PCI slot, was you had to get your network card with a PCI slot, And a lot of times you get two of them if you're trying to do anything fancy, because the way it worked is you couldn't have them set up, especially like in the Windows 98 kind of days. If I wanted to have two different, like, if I wanted to change my IP address, I'd like reboot. So you'd have your network card, so you had set up with the multiple ports and all that, and one would be one network and one would be the other network. That was a huge pain in the butt. You changed anything on network stuff back in the Windows 98 days, like shut it down, start it over. Well, so much has been sound cards. The struggle to gain the best audio card. Yep. Oh yeah, it was like every year you had like the Sound Blaster, the Sound Blaster 16, the Sound Blaster Max, the Sound Blaster 32, the Sound Blaster 32 Max. Oh, that's cursed. It was a different world. Remember comparing wavetables? I actually didn't do that one. But I remember them talk about like, oh, like this card has this much. It can handle, you know, 8-bit audio, 16-bit audio, 32-bit audio. Ooh. You had to get like a fancy sound card if you wanted to hook up a microphone and headset. Oh boy. Oh boy. If you want to have a headset and speakers, whoo. Whoo. Big deal right there. You still have the weird audio connectors? Oh, the 3.5 millimeter, or because there's 3.5 millimeter, like so, like the headphone jack. Later on, you like nowadays we have the optic audio. I don't remember another audio jack that was like common. You could get like the really big fat plug. You know, the jack with skin. I have no idea what you're talking about. Alright, I'm taking over. You're driving back too far. Let's see, then they became integrated in the motherboard, and I think Windows pulled something. The sounds became less important. Well, I think it was like Windows started realizing that sound was like more and more of a big deal, and so they started integrating a lot of the stuff into Windows. And so a lot of the actual benefit for those old sound cards was software. Like, there was a hardware component to them, but there was software behind it. And when they just baked it into Windows, it like pulled away one of the main value prospects. Because remember, that was the time that Media Player entered the scene. Like, Media Player for Windows, you actually could play videos in Windows without having to find a third-party application to install it, like to play that. Or the same thing with like music. If it wasn't WAV format, you had to go and find a separate MP3 player software because Windows couldn't do MP3 because it was the new thing. And that all got baked into Windows. That wasn't a sound card thing, the MP3 stuff. But, you know, that was the Windows thing. As they started, it was like, oh, multimedia, you say? So they started, you know, in-housing all that. Yep, Winamp entered the scene, and that was big. You can still get Winamp. I actually know a couple people who still use Winamp. For me, I'm like, look, man, I'm not downloading my music. Are you kidding me? Nobody's got time for that. Then, because I would never be able to keep track, I used to put so much time into organizing my music and having playlists and doing all of those things. You'd have Winamp, you'd have the equalizer on it, but you'd have like the whole like rendering graphic where it like bounce the lasers across the screen and all that. It would murder your poor computer's performance because you weren't even, like, you didn't have a GPU in those days. You were just running it off your, like, Pentium 1 100 megahertz processor. Eating up a third of your processor, just bounce these little bars across your screen. You had to turn it down, it wasn't performing well. So he says the last sound card you bought still has a regular PCI device and doesn't have any supports with XP. Yep. Oh, RCA. I don't know where the skin thing made. RCA. Yeah, no, RCA wasn't, that was audio and video. That it was red, yellow, and I think the third color depended on your setup. It was like black, red, yellow, black, or whatever cables. A lot of times it would be just audio. It could be video as well. Man, RCA takes me back. There's still more consoles RCA is still used. But I remember 2 of them were like left channel audio, right channel audio. I think the last one was video. Or here's the throwback, S video. Does anyone remember the format S video? It was like it was either 6 or 7 pins with like the big fat key thing. Yeah, yellow was video, and I think it was like the red and black. There's also RGB component. RCA cables. Yeah. But S-Video was around for about 30 seconds. That they were trying to be like the next big cable and pretty much dead on arrival. They showed up, they were there for 30 seconds and then vaporized. I had a couple devices that use that. Yep. Yeah, but S-Video cable. I had the box as well that was just full of old cables and connectors and adapters. Like, I had adapters for like every imaginable like audio format and everything for a while. Or even just where you could take like the pin and you could turn it up versus sideways. Or if you didn't have enough space. Yeah, and I junked most of that. There was 1 or 2 things I held on to because they're actually interesting. Like, one of the very first optical mice was like a big brick. I don't even know where it's gone away to. I may have junked that too at some point. Or is it just dumb coax cables? Yep. With a different end. Or for another one, who remembers Firewire? The hexagonal plug. That everyone swore up and down was gonna replace like everything. That we're gonna all be using Firewire for all our high connection speed devices. That was another one that was hot for about 30 seconds and then disappeared off the face of the earth. I did actually have, it was a Jazz drive that used a Firewire, which that angered us because we had to figure out where the heck we could get a Firewire, PCI slot. I had a couple devices that supported Firewire, but that's the only one I actually used it for. The security vulnerabilities port. Yeah. It's kind of, yeah, that's the thing, like, it had benefits. It had benefits. But, like, getting people to adopt to this thing that's a proprietary, cable that was exceptionally expensive. No, actually, take that back. I had a scanner that used it. I had a scanner that used Firewire, and that was the same thing as, like, you got it, and you're like, oh, crap, this needs to use Firewire, and then trying to get your hands on a Firewire adapter. Like, when I say adapter, it'd be like a whole PCI card to, like, give your computer a Firewire port. It was a huge pain. I almost took that scanner back and refunded, even though I got a great sale on it, because just how much a pain in the butt it was to get Firewire, that the adapter was the deal breaker, which is probably why it was on a sale. But yeah, no, I had, it was called a Jazz drive. I don't even remember what it was, but it was like, it was like a cassette. Like a really big cassette thing, like, you know, this tall, like that thick. And it had a little slot, and you would pull back the slot, and it was literally, it was a hard drive platter inside of it. It was just like an open hard drive platter. You just had this little thing that slide out of the way, and you had a hard drive platter in there, and then put the reader in, and you'd read it. And you put it in this, like, drive that was just this device sitting next to your computer that was plugged to the FireWire. I don't think we had a single one of those hard drives that lasted more than a week of, like, actual use. Because, I don't know, exposing magnetic plates to the air is kind of bad. You remember correctly, it gave direct access to the CPU bus, which is why it was so fast. It also allowed code to be pushed. I hadn't heard that one, but it wouldn't surprise me knowing the tech at the time. I think the only one who had been pushing FireWire in like a big way is I want to say Mac was. Like at the time, because like that was like in the where they had, was it the iMac days where they had like the big plastic one that was like, it was all in the monitors, like flashy colors. That was around the time that FireWire was hot. Was when that thing was like the big push for Mac. You know, Mac had realized it needed to pivot its marketing. Port killers? They're talking about like the hacking phenomena where they'd get, it was just basically, it was adapter, you just put a voltage on, you shove it in a port, and you'd fry a computer. That it was just a thing jerks would do. I knew places that filled the ports of their computer that were exposed in the front with, like, it'd either be like epoxy or hot glue gun or whatever glue, just like fill up ports that were exposed where customers could get at them to stop that because they were having people plug in stuff and fry their computers. Usually they're pretty unliked people. Like the companies that were doing that. And even then I'm like, oh my god, please, no. Like, I'll unplug the port if you're that worried about it. It's fine. Let's go to the motherboard, I'll unplug the front ports. We can be done with it. We'll just unplug the USB ports to the front. It's fine. It's one cable, we'll just pop it out. Or it'll be like the billion bunch of little cables. Zip drives, tape backbooks. We've gone through so much nonsense over there. They still use tape drives for backups. That's still a practice in your small to medium-sized companies. That's what got me into software development. I hated dealing with that stupid thing because it had a carousel for all the tapes, and you had to put one tape in, push a button, wait for it to finish its process after like 5, 10, 15 minutes, take the next one out, flip it in, push the button. And it's like, oh my god, I cannot take this, because it spent 6 hours standing at this stupid thing, putting in one drive, and it was just long enough to make you not want to stand there, but short enough that if you sat back down, you're just getting back up. And I found I could write to the software in it with a script. I don't remember what the script was in. It was like VB or something like that. That I would write a script that I could tell it to accept the tape cycle, and go through the whole thing, and then start the backup process. Versus if you're using its thing right there, you had to push the button and do it one by one. And I figured that out, and I got that set up, and I could not have been happier. Because I'd just go in, I'd hit the button, I'd put in the tape, and it'd just go through, put in, I don't remember how many tapes, let's say it's 12, I don't remember now. And you just keep putting the tapes in, and then when it's done, you walked away, you'd come back like 3-4 hours later when it finished everything, and you'd take them all back out. Are new tapes still being produced? Yep. They're still being used. Like, I'm not even joking, they're still being used. They're used for off-prem. That what they would do is they'll do the tape backups. Because as far as data density, they're not actually the worst. But what they do is you do a tape backup, and then you'd take it off-site, you'd chuck it in some fire safe or in a lockbox or whatever, and you'd leave it there. That way if the whole building burns down and you've got critical data, you still have your critical data. Like, as aggravating as they are to deal with, they do actually fit a pretty good use case. Yeah, and tape data backups are stable as well. Like, don't get me wrong, you can have a tape have a problem. but they are pretty solid. How long does it take to write a 12 terabyte tape? I don't know. I'd probably guess 30 to an hour, maybe a little over. Like the tapes were not shabby from a performance and data density side of things. Like they're actually solid in that regard. They're just a pain in the butt to deal with. And the drive software were always crap. I'm pretty sure I already fertilized the field in front of us. Like, I'm 99% sure. Yeah, we did. But yeah, it's like they're still 100% a viable solution. They're actually arguably one of the better solutions for a lot of use cases when it comes to like backing up servers. They're still very, very genuinely one of the better options. I still don't want to deal with it, but they're actually not bad. Like, don't get me wrong, you can't store them forever. The tape will eventually break down, but it's something you could like put a backup on a tape drive and chuck it into a cabinet for a couple of years and it's fine. Versus like CDs and DVDs just don't have the density. It can be very wasteful. Like take proper hard drives and chuck out. It's like very, very expensive wasteful, not material wasteful. Very expensive wasteful to, you know, get like regular SSD or HDD, regular hard drives, and like buy them, chuck them in a cabinet for a while. Isn't lifetime of tape something like 10 years? It'd probably be around there, would be my guess. But yeah, so usually you'll do like the way a lot of backup strategies are for companies these days when you're talking that kind of situation is what they'll end up doing is they will have their main backup will be tape. So they'll do their backup where they do a backup, you know, once a month or once a week or whatever frequency that they need their main, and then they'll do what's called a differential backup. So you'll take your big backup of literally everything, you put on a whole bunch of tapes, and you'll, you know, take it off premise. And then you do what's known as a differential backup, which all that is taking the backup of what has changed since the last time I did a backup, and you'll do those for a couple of weeks, or whatever time span. Like the amount is going to vary a lot depending on what you're going. Like week could be way too long for some groups, but it does thing. But you do your differential backups like each night and all that, and then you know you have some period of time where it's like, okay, it's time to get the next big backup, and you just kind of ping pong back and forth. That way, if something goes wrong, you grab your massive backup that you've got off-site that takes a long time to run, and you got a bunch of these little teeny-tiny backups you run real fast. Because doing a full-on backup of everything is very time-consuming and potentially resource-intensive. Especially if you're talking like a massive amount of data. But yeah, so it's not even leg guards. But you know, you always talk about like, oh, it's, you know, the old mom and pop company, they got their tape drive they spent a bunch of money on, they're just still using it. It's like, no, it's actually really good backup strategy for business. For home use, look man, you don't need a tape drive. Get yourself a cheap NAS, a cheap network storage. Just make sure it has enough hard drive space for whatever you're reasonably going to care about on your computer, and just go. Exactly, Night Dweller. Full backup. only as what has changed, which are smaller, meaning less backing up. Yeah, so you're talking like a normal like manufacturing kind of plant. You know, they're going to be mostly 9 to 5ers. This is going to be your data. So like 9 to 5ers are going to be doing your data, your engineering, you know, your schematics. They're going to be there Monday through Friday for the most part. So you start spinning up the backup on like the Saturday at like 11 p.m. or super late in the evening or whatever, when no one has any business being on it on a meaningful capacity. So you start spinning up your big backup, and then during the week you do those little incremental ones at like 2 in the morning where they're only going to knock out in a couple hours at the most. Be real quick about it and just ping pong back and forth. And then for your IT people, the backup runs over the weekend. You might have someone who just, like, they check their email, it just says backup ran successfully or there was a problem. You know, if there's a problem, then people rip their hair out and panic. But otherwise, you just go in Monday, you grab your tapes, and like I said, usually just you throw them in a box, you put them in your car, you take it off-site, and you store it. And sometimes you'll keep a separate backup that's on-site, but the idea is to have an off-site backup, and the reason you want to have those offset backups off-site is, again, if the building burns down and you have important information that is valuable enough to really care about even after the fact that the business burned down, you still have a backup. It's going to be a while before you get a computer set up to put your backup on to check everything, but you got a backup. If you worked IT in a casino, daily tape backups, they are a pain, but they do work well. Monthly tapes kept forever. Oh yeah, because you're probably dealing with lots of legal paperwork and lots of red tape so far as making sure your finance records are kept exactly. I can only imagine the rules you have to have around data retention for gambling, like proper gambling. Plus, that information can still be useful for informing trends and all that in the future. You're not most people, you're in terabytes, a range of storing things. Yeah, no, I have, well, you can get honestly, for like a regular terabyte hard drive, like not an SSD, but like a regular spindle hard drive, even terabyte hard drives are not particularly cost prohibitive. So my data solution nowadays is I do have the NAS for my backups, which I need to actually check on that. I haven't. Check on your backups, people. It doesn't help you if you set it up and you forget about it and it stops working at some point and then your computer fails. So I need to double check my NAS setup, make sure it's still in working order. I haven't done that in a while. I'm overdue. Yeah, SSDs are surprisingly cheap too. Like, if you're just looking for just storage for that, like, for a proper, like, giant backup, getting an HDD is a good way to save some money. But yeah, even SSDs aren't bad. But, like, very genuinely, the two things I do for my data backups is I have the NAS, which has 2 hard drives in it that are duplicated. So each hard drive is a copy of each other. That way, because I've had a hard drive fail in my NAS before, which was not particularly great. But then, you know, like, I always know my data's safe. And then on top of that, for like all my old computers, I don't just junk the hard drives. I have a stack of hard drives. Actually, it's one of those things. I've been clearing off the hard drives, making sure there is no information I want on them one by one. And so for the VODs, I was taking the time to retain for editing purposes for the stream. That's what those are. Like, what do you think's on that hard? Oh, you can't read it. Give me a moment. I'll get my hand behind so you can read the lighting once you get there. If you want an idea of how many hours go into some of these Project Zomboid runs, what do you think is on that hard drive? And then there's that one, Clark Burke. And here's where we really get going. There's the world record run backup. I told myself I was gonna edit those one day. Yeah, so I've got a sitting here. What are you? Your hard drive, 128 gigabyte SSD. That's probably from my old laptop. Ooh, here we go, getting fancy. 64 gigabyte SSD. What else do we got here? Here's a 60, so we're getting smaller. Got a 60 gigabyte SSD sitting here. I don't even know what that's from. It's an Intel one. You're 180 gigabyte. I don't know what that's from either. So I've got a it's by a company called StarTech. I don't know if they even make hardware anymore, but I do have a thing that it's a USB plug that I can just put in a hard drive, hit a button to turn it on. Don't SSD drives lose their charge over time? So the data will eventually get corrupted, but that's the whole thing. Like, I went through the hard drives and checked to see if there's data I wanted. And I've been using those now for, like I said, I was using them, rather, not am using them. I was using those for, you know, Twitch doesn't keep your VODs forever. Like, it doesn't matter if you're partnered, it doesn't matter any of the other stuff. They keep it longer if you're partnered. But, you know, there's a whole thing. And so now I'm just using them as, like, big file backup kind of storage because I can't put that kind of data in there. Like, that big HDD that's pretty much full entirely with just that one Project Zomboid run, that's a terabyte hard drive. Bunch of those other ones, like Clark Burke and all that, how much are you? That is a... Look, man, what's your hard drive space? Let's talk. It's cool that you tell me your speed. What's your hard drive space? 500 gigabyte hard drive. Half a terabyte. I'm counting as most tech things, but raw video scares me. Oh yeah, video. Video is huge. And that's not even like AVI format or something like super awful like that. It's what is it, like WKMA or whatever, KMV I think it is. Which I choose that format because that's the only one. So like if right now in the middle of the recording of the video and all that, which I'm not recording anymore at all because I'm streaming to multiple platforms. Like YouTube is the backup. If YouTube just dumps my stuff one day, it's just gone. Like, I have a couple of videos saved on my hard drive that I actually care about, like where I edited up some videos that were like, you know, as a whole bunch of different footage and all that. But, because it's just too much hard drive space. Video is just too big. I just can't save it all. That's honestly, if I'm being entirely honest with this, the one thing I have liked more than anything else whatsoever about the entire fact that I can now stream to both YouTube and Twitch at the same time, it's because I don't need to upload the video later onto YouTube to back it up. I don't need to remember it. I don't need to do anything with it. It's done. Because I have all that hard drive space I'm not using now. It's been very freeing. It also doesn't mean I have to, like, decide, yeah, I'm not going to upload this because I don't want to take that much time of my life to do it. Because sometimes YouTube will be really awesome, and I can sit there and push, you know, a fairly large, like, multiple, you know, tens of gigabytes video file to it, and it goes relatively quick, and you're like, nice. Like, 5, 10, 15 minutes, we're gold. And then there'll be other nights you're going to push, like, a 10 gigabyte video file, and it's like, you know what's going to take all night, and then fail? That video file. And I can't tell you the number of times I got myself in trouble where it's like, okay, I'm about an hour before stream, let me go ahead and start this upload. And then you're sitting there, you're like 98% done with your upload going, okay, it's stream start time. Do I, like, delay starting the stream and let the last 2% finish? Do I cancel the upload at 98% and start over after stream. And then the worst thing is they weren't letting me upload videos that were more than, I think it was 12 hours long. And my streams at the time were 11 hours long. That's how long I until honestly a little over a month ago, I was streaming 11-hour streams. So what ended up happening is we'd have a stream that was like something big going on. I was like, you know what? I'm going to go a little long. And it'd go over the 12-hour mark, and YouTube would be like, no. The answer's no. You're not allowed. Cut this video apart. And the problem is when you cut the video apart, you have to re-encode both parts. And it would take hours to re-encode that video. So most of the time, it got put on the hard drive and forgotten about. Sorry, that was freeing. The fact that I can stream to both platforms, meaning I don't have to go and manually upload the VOD. Like, I don't have to save the VOD to my hard drive, go to YouTube, and then, you know, upload the VOD to YouTube. Hey, FG. How's it going? Gotta get a shout out for FG Squared, another fantastic content creator. Both for, I think I mentioned with Sui early that Sui is a member of the House of Frequency. I'm 99% sure I said it. But both FG and Sui are members of the House of Frequency stream team. The greatest stream team on all of Twitch. Maybe biased. Yeah, I was just saying that I mentioned you were on the stream team. But FG's absolutely fantastic. Plays a variety of games here on Twitch. Been playing, let's see, I know I've seen you. Oh, right, you were playing, it was an older game. StarCraft. You've been playing a lot of StarCraft 2 lately. And you also, before that, were playing a bunch of RimWorld. It was definitely one of those things that someone made her through a redeem. It's not redeem, it's if you've been subbed a channel for 5 years, I believe it was, that you get to just choose a game and she'll play it. And I'm sure there's like limitations and all that I'm unaware of, because there's going to be limitations. That's the only safe way to do it. But had her play StarCraft 2, and then she's like, we're having fun. Let's do more of this. And then chat was like, we want more. We want it all. Which is fair. StarCraft 2 was a great game. We were going down the nostalgia lane of incredibly outdated technology from when many of us were wee little lads and lasses and, you know, and all that, and talking about old connectors for computers and all that, and we got talking to the woes of storing video on hard drives and then uploading it later to YouTube, and not trying to have an incredibly horrific experience of testing your patience in every possible way. And I was mentioning to me that might actually be my favorite part of being able to multi-stream to YouTube, is the not needing to upload the VODs later. Not needing to have them on my hard drive and upload them. And some days YouTube would decide it'd be a very good day to upload, and some days YouTube would be like, nah, not feeling it, fam. What if we were really slow today? And I'd check my internet connection with anything else, it'd be fine, but YouTube's like, nah, I have a feeling it's going to be a couple megabit per second, and you're just going to have to sit here and wait for all of them gigs to move at that speed. And honestly, you could actually, sometimes you would start the upload, it'd be painfully slow, so you'd cancel it, and you'd re-upload it, and it'd go fast. Which is a whole process, because you have to like, re-enter all the data. But not needing to do that is, oh my god, amazing. After saying, limitations are mostly TOS appropriate and not insanely expensive, aka some random retro game from Japan that's $500. Yeah, no, I feel like... So very genuinely, I might completely steal that idea, by the way, because that's an excellent idea. I have the Make Me Play Redeem, but I could see where my Make Me Play Redeem has additional requirements. I could definitely see justifying it, you know, by just, yeah, you know what? If you've been subbed for the channel for 5 years, I'll buy the game. You know, again, within reason. I could definitely get behind that. totally feel free to steal it. I stole it from someone else. That is the thing. That is one of those things that, like, you go back and forth on, like, what you should be like. I mean, usually I'll mention to a person, I'm gonna, like, borrow an idea that I very directly got from them. I'll be like, hey, I'm thinking about doing this. Unless it's something that's, like, you very clearly, like, all over the place. Like, the pungent thing, like, there's a lot of pungents out there. But, some people do it better, though. But, when it is like, oh, that's actually kind of a very original idea. Like, Drongo's, like, hype club thing. Like, I've talked about that when I do my retheme, I am thinking about trying to make a similar thing. Even though I feel like it's differentiated enough, I would probably still reach out to Drongo and be like, hey, is it cool if I do this? Like, are you gonna feel like I nabbed this from you? Which I doubt he'd care. Like, if it was a straight up rip kind of thing, probably wouldn't be very excited about that. But I have plans. Doing a shoey? No. Alright, here's the deal. If it is relevant and I am in a situation where me and Drongo are both present, and Drongo is willing to do a shoey, and it's something like a milestone for charity, I will be willing to do it only under circumstances that Drongo is with me at the time it is occurring, and it is for something of meaning. Again, like, we've hit some major milestone for charity, raised a bunch of money, or something. Like, I won't just, even if, like, me and Drongo are hanging out with John, was like, I want you to do a shoey with me. It's probably not going to happen. Drinking something from a shoe is just really not something I'm excited about the idea. I don't have a weird thing about feet, but it's a shoe. It is a shoe. There is nothing great going on in that shoe. Yeah, I'd only do it for charity in the presence and support of a professional. Yeah, it's no side. It's gross. Sneaky tip. Chuck the shoe in the wash. Oh, I mean, if I'm going to be real, it's probably going to be a new shoe. It's going to be a new shoe is probably what I'm going to do. Or a shoe that, like, it's one of those ones you wear, like, once. It's like a dress shoe. I mean, probably not a nice dress shoe. I'm not going to throw, like, a tuxedo shoe. I'm not going to fill it up with liquor. I don't got that kind of money. But, it also, I wouldn't be able to do, like, a, ew, new shoe might have been tried, but, well, I mean, I'd still wash it. But yeah, no, it's 100% getting washed for. No, that's... Here's my escape chat. I'll do a shoey. I'll do a shoey of the types of shoes I regularly wear around here. I'm in Florida. Do you know what shoes I regularly wear around here? Here's a hint. There's not a place for that liquid to stay in those shoes. Here's a hint. The volume of which that shoe could potentially hold might be in the half of an ounce variety of the slight curvature of the heel. That doesn't make it better. I mean, doesn't it though? It's not getting surfaced area from all sides. Can confirm, Rual wears flip-flops. Yes. I used to primarily wear sandals. So more EU per milliliter? Sure. I'm sure someone is like firing off a message to Drongo being like, all right, here, look, man, we need to have a negotiation here. So, what's it going to take for you to do a charity with Rual? Just hear me out. Oh, if you're trying to, if you're trying to post a link, I have links turned off. I'm assuming with the 3 stars. Yeah, I've tried to allow clips, and in the past it's been weird about it. If you send it any of the mods, they can post it. Because I feel like the next Hot Potato hits 150,000. Most of the hell
Thank you, Sir Wade, for subscribing for 6 months.
Thank you, Sui.
Rules, taps away, tap.
Ah, good old Sui. How's it going, Sui? I absolutely love what's happening. But thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here, so I really do appreciate it. It does mean a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. 6 months have been subbed to the channel, half a year. Good old Sui. And so he's like, no! Not like this. I still enjoy rules type Rave, rules type Rave, rules type Rave. Good old TTS. You do your best, man. Nice. What was the clip? Was it just me stating I would do that? That way, you know, it could be provided to others. I saw something about hitting the... Yeah, if the next hot potato we hit 150,000, most of Halcyon goes to TwitchCon North America. We all need to do a show together. Yeah, if we hit 150,000, I will absolutely do a shoey with everyone. It may not even need to be that high, but I will definitely do it for that high. As long as it's not a shoe with wool linings, which just sucks it all up. Rules for doing a shoey. That's a good title. To be honest, I don't think you can be convinced to do a shoey. Like, that's the thing. I'm like, all right, look. if it was for a good enough cause, I can ignore a lot of things for a good enough cause. To be clear. But there are limits. Now watch, this will be the whole thing. It's like, oh yeah, for 150,000 we raise that, it'll be a shoey. Do you repair your tractor and trailer? Yeah, normally I will repair myself. That's actually what I'm going to do right now, Zippy. Is I'm gonna go ahead and drive the tractor over here. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna be like $2,000. Also, to be frank, if you do an alcohol shoey, the alcohol is gonna kill a lot of things. This is fair. You're extremely neurotic germaphobe? Yeah. So that's the reason you have to have liquor for that. It's just be like, yeah, this is definitely getting everything dead in there. What kind of liquor's like? It's just straight. No, I would not want to do that. I do not drink very much. They're still even dead? Yeah, no, I got you. Like, I would not force anyone into doing it. Like, if I was like, I'm very uncomfortable with this, I'd be like, you know what? That's fair. You don't... Nah, once you've titled it, unfortunately, you cannot change the title. I believe I can change the title, I believe. If I remember correctly now with the way it works. I believe I can go back, change the title, do a whole bunch of things. Like, I can't remember exactly how that works. That was, like, the big thing. It used to be... Oh, I think it might have to be only if you clip it. You struggle with germs and new food is really hard? Yeah, nah, then shoey's definitely not the move. I was gonna say is, this feels like one of those things that starts like, oh yeah, if we had 150,000, we'll do a shoey. Oh no, I can absolutely delete them. I delete them all the time. Because people accidentally hit clip and then don't do anything, and I have a whole bunch of clips of like just the tractor driving around the road for 30 seconds and nothing happening. No conversation or anything. It's like, why did someone clip that? If it's a benefit MSF, it wouldn't take too much to do a shoey, to be honest. Like, that's the thing. I'm really not excited about the idea of doing a shoey. But, for the charities involved, you know. But yeah, I could see it being one of those things that starts at 150, and then we go, well, if it's 250, it'll be a boot. Like that kind of thing. I'm not promising that. You can clip it, it won't mean anything. But, driving in circles. There have been in the history of the channel a number, and they're accidental clips. Like I said, it's someone missed something. They tried to hit clip, or they just fat-fingered clip, or whatever the circumstances were. But they hit clip. They didn't mean to actually do a clip or anything like that. And just the way Twitch works, that makes a clip. It's there. Like, they either have to delete it or I have to delete it. And so I do end up, like, it's almost every single day I will go through and do a quick touch-up on the clips. Now, I mentioned that once, and people were like, haha, we're gonna do a joke, and we're gonna, like, put up a whole bunch of clips because, you know, Rual has to deal with it. And I was like, alright. I was like, it's okay for one joke, but if this becomes a thing, it's like, I'm gonna have to... You can restrict who can and can't clip your stuff, and when they can, like, don't make me do that. I want you to clip my stuff. Because it's actually legitimately a pain in the butt to deal with clipping them, because you click on it, you gotta wait, like, 10 seconds for it to load everything up and get going, and then you delete it. Or you go to, like, the whole big thing, go, alright, did I have the right clip? Knowing if you get it wrong, you could delete a clip you care about. It creates a clip even if you don't hit publish. Yep. Alright, so we got all of our fields fertilized, we've got them all seeded, we've got them all set up. All of our tractors are repaired. I'm pretty sure you're repaired too. Excellent, excellent. We've got our greenhouses topped off. How are our sheep doing? They're doing pretty well. They could use a little touch up on the water. How's the grass? The grass is fine. They're saying every time you clip a thing to catch it, you miss. It makes clip anyways. Yep. Every single time. For the record, there's a lot of people who, I get it. Like, I actually literally think I mentioned it earlier in the stream, that a feature I would like Twitch to introduce is like an instant replay feature. Just so people don't use clip for that functionality. Because I know a lot of people do that. And if you had an instant replay where you hit the button and the last 1 minute it jumps back, that handles that use case, providing it to the user, and it means I don't have to go through there. And Twitch, bonus, you get to save on hard drive space. Because once they close that window, I mean, it's probably not hard drive space, probably linking to the actual section of the video and yada. Well, no, it'd be hard drive space, because if I delete the video and they've clipped it, it still stays. Maybe we'll hit the clip icon instead of the cog wheel. Yeah, there's that too. Alright. So, what do I have to do this month? Absolutely nothing. We party. Sorry for everyone who gets motion sickness. Alright, so it was April for the wool. When is the months we sell? Bread. It was like January, right? Yeah, January, we make our bread with our bread. And then February for the tomatoes. Oh god, that makes me wonder about the clip aftermath of a subathon. Of the sub-ethon. Oh, I can only imagine. I'm not actually gonna say a thing because I don't want to obligate people to feel like they need to do something or not need to do something. It's very hard to walk around that one. But it's a great thing. Like, I would not mind being featured. Thing is, according to clips, don't get saved by the clipper, shouldn't get published, but they still do. It's been an issue for years and they still haven't finished it. Someone just needs to sit down with them and like do some like massive calculation, be like, oh god, this is actually costing you hundreds of thousands of dollars, even if it's not, and get them to be panicked about it, because then it'll suddenly be a problem. Typing is hard. And not bullying, you're welcome to stay. If you're not streaming today, no problem. If you are streaming today, you know, just help it out, considering I almost was late for... Well, actually, technically I was late for my own stream. I got here because I got focused on, like, editing a video, and it was like, oh crap, I need to be, like, on stream, and I would have made on time And then OBS decided to log me out of Twitch. And that made me a couple minutes late. Because I had to go through and get all that stuff sorted. Like, it wasn't even a big deal. It just takes a minute. Just making sure all my things, my sheep are still relatively happy. Production lines are still production lining as best they can. Ooh, you're full on flour. I guess it doesn't matter because there's no more wheat going in there, so that's fine. We'll deal with that in a minute. Alright, let's make our money. Because I'm not going to wrap up until we get our payout, because I would like to see if I can get my payout to buy me my extra tile. It needs to be 85,000 is the total I need, not from the individual sale. Cumulative with the money I already have. Just need to make coffee and put on the obligatory ones. Yep. Hi. This feels like Florida right now. I've got precipitation there, but not here. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Is that really how this works? Have I missed that this whole time? That's how it is for actuality. This is how it is in... Okay, it's already got ahead of me. Wait, what? There's a gap in it? What? Okay. It's fine. I just realized, as many months they may have advanced, the bakery may have overfilled. What's the plan for the next plot? Well, the first thing is I'm definitely going to set up some pretty sizable fields. That's definitely one thing going on the equation. You gonna get cold in that van? No. We got one parcel. Yep, we stopped producing bread there for a minute. I fast forward too much. The snowflakes are huge. But what I was saying is it is very... Wait, what? Okay. Oh, I guess it did count as part of it. But it is very, very much a thing you see in Florida where you have weather on one side of the road, but not the other. It's just a thing that happens. I don't think we missed on much bread, though, luckily. Come on. Spit out the bread. I got things to do. And the bread's 1,000 liters per unit? Yeah. Alright, so let's go get our bread, sell it, then we'll grab our flour, top that off, and I'll probably have flour to sell. Like, a bunch of extra flour. Alright. It's bread time. Yeah, so it looks like I missed maybe one pallet of bread. Alright, FG, you have a good stream. Thank you for hanging out and all that good stuff. Oh, wait. I owe Sui a Lego piece. We did have that. That was the only sub we've had since our last Lego piece, right? For those who haven't been, or haven't been seeing what's been going on, I've been doing it since New Year's, that anytime I get 100 bits, or I get a sub of any kind, I add a Lego piece to the kit we've got going on. So there, we got one more of those little snap-on pieces. And so far, we've got this piece made. We've got this piece made. And we've got this piece made. And what is it? That's a secret. Just have to wait and see. You actually owe 37. I know it's not that much. If I owed anything, it's going to be like one off. It was definitely... I know we don't have more bits have happened since the last one. And I don't think another sub has happened since the last one. But people got to keep me honest with that. I think I've gotten all of them and haven't missed any. But I want to make sure I keep honest with it.
Super spammy and inappropriate stuff, FGS cult.
Oh no, not super spammy and inappropriate stuff.
What's the worst that could happen?
All right, I want to see. I want to see here when we sell. Well, we're gonna drop off the flour at the bakery first to offset what we got rid of. Does the daily sub goal go up if the person doesn't announce their sub? I would assume so. See, the problem is when someone doesn't announce their sub, I don't know that. I'm not 100% sure. I'm assuming it does. And then Burning Sun being
Thank
at...
you Exercise for subscribing for 12 months.
Burning Sun having the 60 stream streak. Been here for a heck of a long time, so thank you so much. I really do appreciate, you know, that you've been here, like, literally for the last 60 streams. That is every time. The announce your chat thing? I don't, like, I think it will if you don't announce it. But, it didn't go, oh, it takes a minute. To be clear, it does take a minute for it to update, because it goes to Streamlabs and moves through and all that. And also, Zoside, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. You've been subbed to the channel for a whole year, so I really do appreciate that. And there is a Lego piece for you. Now, I won't put a Lego piece on if you don't let me know that I get an extra, that sub happens, because if I don't know if I got the sub. So you got that piece. So we got all the little hook things on the bottom. That's basically what we've done this stream. I got one more piece aside that I'm set aside that I'm ready for. So if people do more than one more piece, I gotta go dig for pieces. It still gets reported to streamer. Yeah, but I think it hits the activity feed, and I might just miss that. If it's just activity feed and all that. But the daily sub count should go up. I don't believe it'll trigger an alert or anything. So that's kind of the thing, is if you don't announce that you renew your sub, I will likely miss it. And it's not I'm trying to avoid it, like forcing people to announce it or anything like that. I'm just, you know, there's a million inputs happening. Okay, so you have 8, so it's going to be 2 more drops anyways, so. Now this time, I might not fill out the bakery, and the reason I might not is I may or may not have accidentally sold an entire trailer worth of flour as opposed to dropping it off at the granary. My brain just went autopilot. And the bakery is full. And it is more wheat than I can do in a full load. So we would have actually gotten probably a trailer's, you know, probably a trailer or two's worth of extra flour I could have sold if I hadn't goofed up. Then granted, I still got the money. Okay, so we'll barely be able to, we'll have 1 extra space for pallets. This will be a decent chunk. Nice, it did go up? Yeah. No, it just takes a minute. So if you do not announce the sub, it does not go up. Well, that's a bummer. I mean, I also understand it. Like, I'm assuming that feeds off, because that's Streamlabs that runs the stream labels. I'm assuming that is one of those things that it is probably fed off the alert system that Twitch uses. So I don't think there's anything I can do on my end. But it's super appreciated and all that. It is kind of what it is, type deal. Alright, so let's go ahead and drop off a bunch of flour. Come on, over 10,000. Even though I shouldn't sell it down that low. It's going to be close. I don't think it's going to make it. It did not make it. But not all is lost. Because do you know what happens? Tomorrow in game, we sell all the stuff at the greenhouse. So we're definitely getting our tile. So I am going to go till we buy the tile. Could be intentional, but you doubt it. But maybe avoid it being noticed if someone doesn't want it to or whatever. Yeah. Like, I don't, like, if someone subbed to the channel and they deliberately, like, it gave me a notice and they didn't announce it, I don't think I'd say, you know, thank you for the sub. Because I'm trying to parse how I'd want to deal with that. Because, like, You know, it's one thing to do like the anonymous files where I thank people for the file without saying their name. That way people who don't want their name called out don't get their name called out. And by all means, I'm down to say people's names, like, if we're having a conversation or whatever. But when it comes to, like, the subs... Because, like, I've had people who have subbed between streams, which usually throws me for a loop when I, like, come back and it's like, wait, did I miss a sub yesterday? And I'll see that it's very clearly the person just didn't want their name called out or whatever. Or it's just, you know, the Prime, like, they realized their Prime was up. Because I don't think I ever looked to see if it was Prime or Tier 1 or Tier whatever. Okay, so I got 2 more popping out there. Wait, that shouldn't have... Oh, it was considerably more than that. That's all fine. I don't know why I'm picking these all up. I'm going to have to pick them all up again in-game tomorrow. It's fine. But, I mean, it doesn't put out the alert unless you announce it, I'm guessing. So I'm not going to note it. Like, the activity feed I do have here, but enough stuff pops on there that isn't stuff I need to, like, revisit later. I feel like I get lost in the noise. And it wouldn't, like, I definitely want to, you know, thank people for, you know, like, financially supporting the channel especially. Like just directly throwing money at the channel. That's people giving up their hard-earned money. It's 500, isn't it? Come on, spit them out. Oh, good, it did stack them. I didn't think it was going to stack them for me. That actually works out, because that makes me not feel bad, because it means I didn't waste a trip. Because it's exactly 1 load. That means I was going to have to take that anyways. Starting to get our food going with our sheep. Alright, so now we don't sell those today. We advance the next day. And then we sell all of this. And then in April we would sell the wool, which I don't expect it to actually be much money. All right. So now I get to sell all of this. We get to buy our new tile, and I will probably have enough left over after buying the new tile to be able to afford, like, seeding and fertilizing and liming and all that kind of stuff. So we're looking pretty good. That worked out really well for us. Like, now that we're getting all that extra flour. Yep. Yeah, no, I know I'm over. My plan is basically just to buy the new tile. And the entire reason I'm doing that is so after the stream I can be like, there was... Oh yeah, I forgot, you slide. You slide in the snow. But it's just so, like, at the end I can be like, yep, we did, like, there was a very significant tangible progress. We went from a 2-tile farm to a 3-tile farm. And that also means the next time I play, there can also be very easy, tangible progress. I'm going to plow a new field. And it doesn't even matter what else happens. That's progress. So I get a freebie. I still haven't figured out what I'm going to plant there. Because I've gone back and forth that it could be oats. I mean, it probably wouldn't be oats. It could be, like, I could just plant something else, like sorghum would be a really good choice. They have retro games inside this game. I forget how long it takes to empty the tomatoes for a reason. I forgot how much you slide around. You usually don't get the snow to lay down like this too often, so... We're just drifting all over the place. I like the snow effect in the game. It's annoying when you're trying to actually do some work. Oh, you're reading the wiki? Neat. Alright, so you should have 2 more loads of stuff to sell there for about 8,000 each. Which is the reason, like, we should be in great shape. Like, right now I can buy the tile. We're already set. But with the other 2, I should have plenty of stuff. You want to know what kind of homes you can have? Oh yeah, so you actually have like full-on farmhouses. If you start getting like the DLC, you can get what are like borderline, like rural mansions. I think there's one that's sort of castle-esque as well. But yeah, this will be huge. We're gonna take our farming space and we're gonna increase it by like a good 40%. I say 40, even though I already own 2 tiles, because a big chunk of multiple tiles are eaten up by other things. It'll just be extra. So you can castle this farm someday? We'll eventually get some kind of fancy house. But I'm excited for this because adding a whole extra set of fields is going to be a massive increase in our annual money. Because like right now we're taking all of that money and we're putting it into the granary and then the bakery, but we're now making enough extra stuff from the granary to sell that extra flour, which has been a significant increase in our income. But if I end up getting a whole bunch more flour, that's even more of an increase in our income. How are the sheep doing, by the way? While tractor gets up to speed. Okay, so I'm going to have to get more grass for them. Not today. Like, in-game day it'll be today, but not today as in the player behind the game day. We're making our money. We're cashing. Would it be worth dedicating a whole plot to animals at some point? Not this one, just in general? Yeah, probably. Because a lot of them need hay and grass and feed and water. There's a lot of overlap in their needs. There's also grains that there's a need for the chickens. But there's enough overlap in their needs that if you got like all your animals in one area, you could sit there and it would save you trips. Like you could store all of your like giant bales of feed and everything on that tile and you just take it out and move it where you need it. That's definitely something I'll probably do in the later game. Because like right now we just have a tiny, like the smallest of the sheep pen. I could definitely see that one of our tiles like making an entire animal area or whatever you want to call it. Alright, well that's emptying. We're going to go to our map right here. We're going to say farmland. So now I got to make the choice, chat. I can go for the other side, where we have this big hill here, and claim that area. I can go over here and claim this area. And we can go up to one of these. I don't want to go down because the edge of the map is kind of annoying, but it'd be one of these 4. We're already done selling. You have to decide on the next one. So my thoughts with that are, if we go for the one on the other side of the road, so like where I'm going to go on this road to the left, that hill's kind of in the way, which kind of is not great at the moment. So we would need to deal with that. I could go along the south edge, so make a new road along the south edge of these trees up ahead on the left, and that's how I'd connect over. Or I could go on the north edge of that hill, where I've got that other field and cut across, and make that over there. It only has a tiny spot there lost in it. Well, actually, why don't you take a quick peek at that hill? Well, actually, this slip and sliding is actually making it dangerous for me not just plowing into my fields with the tractor at speed. It's not a lot of slide, but it's enough slide. That's the whole thing. So I'm considering the plot straight ahead, which as you can see, it is almost entirely flat land that we can put lots of fields on, a couple trees in the middle I need to clean up, and then we've got that one hill up there that's on the corner. So like that little pack of trees would be something I would just avoid. So basically get everything, and even with the rocks, honestly the rocks are only on this far end. So I get to use like 90-ish% of that tile with the obstacles present, without any cleanup whatsoever. You're gonna be like one too many. Oh, nope, it's gonna be exactly what I need. So we're gonna do a quick drive by the other one on the way to the sell point. Oh man, we're gonna break 100,000? It's been a while. Is there first-person mode in this game? Yup. You can first-person the tractor. You first-person by default when you get out of the vehicle, but you can also, I believe, go third-person as well. Now, if we went... So, that's this tile, that we have just the hill and those handful of rocks in the north end. Now, this is the other tile we'd be considering. This one kind of sucks. I might rule this one out because there's a hill right in the middle of the tile, and it's a pretty decent hill. So, like, this is on the upper third, and that water's in the next tile over. Well, it's on the edge. So this would bisect it, so we'd only get about 50-60% of the tile we'd be able to utilize for farming without a huge hassle. We could set up on this tile. It does have a hill on this side and that side, so kind of the same problem. The middle of the tile is pretty badly bisected. So maybe not that tile. So I think the north tiles are out. I'm going to veto those. If we choose this tile, it's mostly flat. We do have one big rock kind of center, but it's not that bad. It's like the north third. Pretty easy to get around that rock. And we get way down here. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. And then we got the forest down here in this corner. So this one would probably get 70 or 80-ish% of the tile we'd be able to use for farmland. That wouldn't be a huge pain in the butt. And like I said, I don't want to take the tiles that are the tile that the store is on, because the store is on it, so I lose a bunch of space. I feel like there's one tile that stands out as the better choice out of the 3. Or the 4, actually. I think we actually already have our decision kind of made by just doing a quick tour. The 2 on the north of that big hill right through the middle, kind of garbo. Like, we'll get those eventually, but that'll definitely be one that, you know, maybe we put all the animal stuff on one side of the hill and just other random junk on the other. But I think literally it's 48 or 48. This tile here, I think pretty much all of us probably agree that this is the one. The only area I'm losing is like that area right there to the hill. And then there's like 2 rocks here. So all of this can be filled down here. And then we can just put some like... We could put... You know what we can put up here? It's not a production thing, but we could put up here an actual place for me to put my equipment that isn't a disaster. So we could put like paving down and actually put like a garage or whatever up here. That'd be perfect, because that's something we could easily maneuver around those rocks. This would be solid. We just take out the handful of trees and flatten it. Oh, I pulled too far forward. The fields cover the numbers and the grid lines. You don't like it? Yeah, no, I agree. I would be down from covering, but you could toggle it on and off, depending on what I care about. Or if they cover it, they actually cover it instead of being like semi-transparent. Well, actually, in this case, it's not. Sometimes those will be semi-transparent. But yeah. So we thinking 48? Are we all kind of like, yeah, 48's the one? So it's like, no, I want the one with the big hill in the middle. I think you should buy a random corner tile. Ah, man. I had debated doing a challenge run where I do start with, like, one of these tiles up here. They look actually extremely hilly and frustrating. Okay, from what I thought, it was just plowing through my field. And granted, it's early enough in the grow phase, I'm not sure if we would crush it or not yet. But it's definitely something I shouldn't do. But yeah, so I think to wrap up this part here, we're going to buy the tile right here at the end of this road. I think the tile at the end of this road, that's my new tile. It's going to belong to us now. So let's do it. Tile 48, boom, boom, buy. Yes. And it is done. That is now my land. So cool. With that, we have sold everything but the wool for this year. The wool is coming up soon. We're not going to be finishing the day, but the wool is going to be coming up sale for next month. I don't actually expect it to make us that much, like 2,000 maybe, which is fine. But I'll end up needing to mow the grass to feed the sheep next time, deal with the water over there. Nothing else to deal with over there. But what will end up happening when we get back for the next time we stream this is I got a whole lot of fields to set up is what I've got. I am genuinely debating here making this one giant field. Like all of that one giant field. Turn this road north, the cobblestone road, and maybe just forget this gravel road, put like the little gravel pocket right there. Make this an area where we keep our tractors and equipment, and just making this one giant field of sorghum, or it'll either be sorghum or it'll be soybeans. If it's soybeans, we're just selling them as soybeans. If it's sorghum, I mean, we'll put that into the granary. But that's what I'm thinking. One giant field. It'll have the capacity, like literally it'll be more than double the capacity of that field. I don't think it'll be double the capacity of this field, but it'll be pretty generous. So that'll be a huge increase for our finances. I mean, it'll probably be these two fields combined. I think that'd be fair. So if we go by our amount of money we're making off our product right now, we're making like 50, 60, 70, 80,000 off of all of this by the time it goes to the bakery. We should be increasing our profit by at least like 40,000. But with all that said, I'm going to hit the save button before I forget. And we also just exit out because I actually do have the thing. Aren't you already filling the granary? No. The granary actually runs out of supplies before the year ends. So the granary actually has capacity that's not utilized. The bakery, on the other hand, is getting maxed out. So we would be selling it as flour, which is 1.5 the value of the initial product to begin with, so still an upsell. Anyways, with all that said, for all of you over there on YouTube, I'm going to be saying goodbye, YouTube, so don't forget to like and subscribe. And same for you, TikTok. Goodbye, TikTok. Don't forget to follow. I'll see you next